Hello, good evening, everyone. A happy Sunday night mayhem to you all. And Mr. John, how are you doing this evening?
I'm fine. How are you? What are you up to? What's happening in your life? What's going on?
I saw a movie today,
So did I.
and we different movies. We saw different movies,
That is
and
true.
we will discuss these movies and more. I don't feel like my microphone is in its normal spot. We will discuss those and more. And John has so graciously gotten together all the posters so we can begin our tier list that we were not able to do last week because we were drunken bastards.
I have no idea what you're talking about. That video has been deleted from my channel.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I saw it around somewhere. So we had a good time, and we learned something last week, and that is John does not, at least at his place, like to go as hard at partying as Justin, Matt, and myself would. In videos past, if we were partying at John's the way we partied at Matt's before, we would have given John a heart attack. So lesson learned, we will be a little more reserved when we are at John. Now, have you ever come up with a name for your apartment? Like Fat Samurai Guy has the dojo. Do you have a name for your apartment?
Don't break my shit.
The Don't Break My Shit place?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe something a little more friendly, like, you know.
Well, so this is what I figured with this is I don't think at any point in my life do I like huge parties like this if they're thrown at my place. And I had a couple, in high school and stuff. At other people's houses, it's fine. Break as much shit as you want to, drop beer, do all that stuff. I don't care. But I think you and I here is fine. Like we did our show together where you were going around doing the John Cleese walk, and that was fun. That was great. It was wonderful. Matt came and there were three of us and it got a little Then there was four of us.
And the wolf pack grew to four.
Yeah, and that's where I think so I have to draw the limit at three. Maybe two or three.
You just referred to the four of us as a huge party.
Yeah, for me, that's a huge party.
That speaks volumes, sir. So everybody knows where John is as far as his party nature. Yeah, I look at things differently, and that's I prefer and to each their own. I almost said to each their own, but I corrected myself.
To eat their own. Yep.
John values his belongings more than he values his friends.
That is true.
Okay. No, I kid though. But no, I always have been, let's have a good time and we'll deal with the repercussions in the morning, where there was a definite wall when I look back at the video and John is sitting here like,
yeah, I was not happy at all through a lot of this, and it's because I've never had a place like this before. I'm 58. It's kind of sad, but I've never made as much money as this. I've never enjoyed a job as much as this. I've never enjoyed an apartment as much as this. And now I just have it filled with stuff. And a lot of it is not cheap stuff. And with autographs and movies and props and things. So I'm that guy that you see, or girl, because they have girls do it too, during the high school parties and the movies, that are walking around with the trash bag while the party is going on, taking the containers and putting them in the bags. And they're like, no, don't touch that. Don't touch that. Stay out of that room. Don't go in that room. That's me.
I'm the guy doing the swan dive onto the beer pong table.
Yes.
So yeah. So a little bit different in that aspect, but that's so moving forward. I'll be, when we're partying, we'll party in hotels. and and Sinistalker and I should be out there in Vegas very soon to party in a hotel. Should be a blast. I'm glad you're still with us, John, that we didn't lose you altogether. But the good news is we didn't damage anything. A couple drops of beer on the floor and maybe some spilled food, but for a few friends hanging out drinking, I don't think that damage was too bad. But
no. It was fine. It was okay. I mean, I mopped and swept and stuff, and made sure to wash all of the blankets and stuff that were on my sofa. So
no ejaculant, not one ejaculant was spewed last weekend. But
no,
John,
but many atomic bombs were set off on my poor sofa that is not even a year old yet.
It'll live. It'll be all right. It'll be all right. But with that being said, we got some stuff to talk about this evening. I want to put like 6 topics on the table here. I only had 5 fingers. 6 topics on the table. We're going to look forward to Masters of the Universe and Scary Movie, which both come out this week. Backrooms, which came out this past weekend, this actual weekend. Disclosure Day, which comes out next week, new Spielberg flick. Obsession, and the Mandaloriano flippity floppo. So we got some things to talk about, and then the tier list. So we'll get into all that and begin to put rankings to our the top 100 horror movies of all time according to Fangoria or Fangoria's voters. So we'll see about that. But man, I don't know. I know Balzer is very excited. He was sitting around at 4 a.m. making like pictures and videos and stuff of me for like a thumbnail for a review of Masters of the Universe. And I'm going to go see it. Specifically, I'm going to go see it for Balzer. I was never a big Masters of the Universe fan as a kid. That was when like Masters of the Universe would come on and I would turn off the cartoons and I would go outside and play. I watched it from time to time. I had the Masters of the Universe figures and I had like Castle Grayskull to put them all in. But it was just never my favorite cartoon. And so it's okay. I've never seen the first. I don't know if there's more than one live action movie, but I've never even seen that. So I'll go see it with tempered expectations. John, where are you with that franchise?
It's fine. I mean, that's I was never into it either. I think I was watching more like Thunder the Barbarian or things like that. He-Man wasn't. I love the documentary that came out. I think it was last year that I watched. But it's fine. It's okay. I'm not going to go see it. But I have no desire at all in seeing it. I'm a fan of the Dolph Lundgren one because I'm a Dolph Lundgren fan. But I have no desire for seeing this new one for, I don't know, political reasons, I guess. So I'm not going to go see it.
Now, so as a kid, I remember, and it was maybe 3 or 4 years in a row where there was a pretty set schedule. It may have shifted one show, here and there, but for the afternoon cartoons after school, I remember getting home and from like 2:30 until 5, you had 5 different cartoons, and for a good while, Robotech, Transformers, G.I. Joe, Masters of the Universe was mixed in there, Thundercats, and I'm drawing a blank on some of the others right now, but there was pretty specific lineup of cartoons. Did you have like a lineup like that you went home to, John, or was it just you would watch on occasion or something?
I do remember there being lineups like that, but I just wasn't really. When I got home from school, I was and our ages are a little off. So when I got home from school, I was watching stuff like Captain Cosmic and who is Bob Wilkins from Creature Features. He had a daytime show too. It would be the Brady Bunch or Partridge Family or shows like that. So I really didn't watch a lot of the animated stuff. Or
Okay.
on certain channels, it would be anime, and I didn't even know what anime at the time, like Star Blazers and things like that. So
Yeah.
it just wasn't a I don't know. I never, which is weird, being into horror and sci-fi, like at the age of
Yeah.
10,
Well, and that's, I mean, you know, a lot of us,
you'd think.
yeah, a lot of us, like, air quote nerds or whatever nowadays, um, got this passion for what we are into now, from our childhoods. And that's where, for me, it definitely started, there, with the cartoons and, um, watching horror movies with my mom as a kid. And but I definitely remember, I mean, after school, from, I don't know, about 8 years old until, probably 14 or 15, coming home. And it was like, okay, we had to do homework before we could go outside and play. uh, but a lot of times, my mom knew cartoons were on, so she would let us unwind with cartoons, and then we could do our homework. And then, if time permitted, we'd go outside and play. But, we were outside enough on the weekends, and we were outside at school and everything. So Monday through Friday, I just remember coming home and, a lot of great cartoons that I have great memories from, as a kid. And so that's my deal there. But Masters of
I
the Universe was never really one of my favorites.
Yeah, I would say now that I think about it, um, I think is it growing up, I was always in the comic books, and it's come I was into it for a long time, then I got out of it, then got back into it. So I think I was watching all the superhero cartoons. I remember there was
Mm.
Spider-Man, and there were like Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man was one, and they would play the old ones,
Well,
from
I would see that stuff on the weekend, like Saturday morning, Sunday mornings and stuff. That's when I would see those, like uh, the Super Friends or whatever it was called there, with the Hall of Justice and all that.
Yeah, that was, Weekends, Super Friends. There were a couple of those. Yeah, I don't yeah, I just don't think I don't
Not
think you
not a
can.
very vivid memory of the cartoons as a kid. Where for me, it's very specific.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Well, anyways,
maybe yeah, maybe I just remember watching, like, on the weekends, it would be like the monstrous movies, which would be like Godzilla, and then it would be Chiller Diller, which would be Dracula afterwards. And I don't think I was into a ton of cartoons. Maybe that's why I don't remember it that well. I was watching more
okay.
live action stuff.
Okay. Well, anyways, everybody watching, if you had a specific lineup or anything, let us know. Or if you're planning on or excited about going and seeing Masters of the Universe this weekend coming up, let us know. Also, Scary Movie is coming out. And at the beginning of Obsession, I don't know if they made this. I'm sorry, not Obsession. The beginning of Backrooms, they had a Scary Movie Backrooms trailer kind of thing. And I don't know if they're going to have in Scary Movie. We know it rips off all the different horror movies going on, but were they aware of what was going on with Backrooms at the time they made this? Or did they just make this trailer for, and it's a mini little thing. Did they just make it for the, like a preview, intro to Backrooms? I don't know. But it was kind of interesting because Scary Movie comes out this week, a week later. And I'm excited for it. The trailer looks hysterical. And, I've seen a couple different trailers now, I think, since the original one came out with Scream 7. And I definitely will also be seeing that in the theater this weekend at some point. Where are you? And here's the thing. I remember the first Scary Movie, like, vaguely, and I don't know if I've ever seen any of the sequels, but this one looks funny, so I'm gonna go see it. And it was cool seeing Sheridan. Why am I forgetting his first name? Dave Sheridan, um, who plays Doofy, who's good friends, and always, if Felissa Rose is somewhere. Dave Sheridan's there. Great dude. Got a couple of his autographs. I liked his cameo in the trailer that, or his little bit in the trailer that played before Backrooms today. So that was kind of cool. Your level of excitement for Scary Movie, John?
I do want to go see it, and I will see it most likely. I enjoyed the first. I need to go back and maybe rewatch a lot of them, but I do remember watching at least parts 1 and 2. And then I got reinterested once the Zucker brothers came into it, because I did work for them. I worked on that film called Mafia, which was originally called Jane Austen's Mafia. And so that gave a re-interest in it for me. So I'll go see it. Sure. Especially if they're talking about how offensive it is. Sure. Definitely.
Yeah. Well, it looks good. And that's where, it's jokes, and that's hopefully people don't go and try and cancel it or whatever. That kind of stuff is just stupid. They're making fun of movies. They're making fun of the bullshit going on in society. You're just supposed to go in and laugh for an hour and a half. And so hopefully it is as fun as the trailer is making it out to be. And so before we dive into anything else and really get too far into tangents or anything like that, let's say hello to everybody here this evening. Gail can't be with us. I think he meant to say can't be with us because he's having some medical issues, taking some medication and stuff. So if you're watching a replay, Gail, we hope you're feeling better real quick. And Mr. Bones says the same sentiment there. Shh, don't tell nobody, but magnetic cone.
OGP, I have to tell you something.
What's up?
You look very handsome tonight. No homo.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
No homo.
Yeah. Well, you don't have to say no homo for saying thank you very much, but yeah. We'll get into that. We'll get into that. We will get into that. Well, I want to explain to them where this is coming from, but it has something to do with one of the movies we're going to be talking about tonight. This should be a more chill one. Yes, the last stream was wild, was a lot of fun. I had a blast. Last stream never happened. Yeah, and John and Fluffy Gamer's Eyes, it never happened. This is a normal mayhem, I believe, not veggie. We're definitely at a normal level of mayhem today. How's it going, Jonathan? What's up? How you doing? And how's the G fam? What's up? That stream was barrels of fun. Glad you enjoyed it. We do it for you. This is why we do it. We do it for you all. If you was at Matt's, you'd have thrown John into the pool. Probably. I would have seen the grumpy face on John. I would have been like, dude, you're getting wet, homeboy. And John would have been very angry.
No.
The Glass House. Yes. That's the name of John's place. Yeah. The Glass House.
That is a good name for it. Thank you. Yeah.
I was thinking the Kitty Cat Crystal Cathedral, because don't touch that. Elka, what's going on, Elka? How you doing? Don't come at John like what? Come at John like what? Come at John like what? Jamming Music Man, what's going on? Party at OGP's next time. Yeah, no, we could party here, but everybody lives far away. Metal Greg, what's cracking? Terry, what's up? How you doing, Terry? John, does your place smell farty? Should be aired out by now, huh?
My ventilation is not good. It's but luckily I did have the deodorizers set up in a few places, and I did wash things and stuff. So it did, but it does not anymore. So thank you.
Fluffy says it's official. John is old. We've known this.
I am old. Yeah.
Brian Sanchez, what's cracking? Hello, everybody from Albuquerque. Vintage He-Man toys sell for jamming. A lot of vintage toys, G.I. Joes, He-Man, Star Wars, a lot of that stuff would be very valuable right now. Yep. John just bought Axman's DVD on Amazon.
Oh,
Nick
wow.
B, looks like Nick B just picked up Axman's. Very nice.
Thank you very much. That's awesome. Thank you. I really appreciate that.
And Gem Amusement, I used to watch the hell out of Dolph Lundgren He-Man movie as a kid. Nice. I is there more than one, or is that Dolph Lundgren the only He-Man movie? Is there more?
That's just that one. That's it.
Okay. Metal Greg, I don't remember asking both of you this. Do you know if there's a difference between Kino Lorber 4K transfer Spaceballs? I don't know. Yeah, those are maybe Master Chaos type of questions, but I don't even know if he would know the difference between Kino and Arrow. Yeah, there are some, sometimes, they're different transfers and they don't look right. Like the what's that name? What's that fucking movie? Carpenter. Everybody's saying don't get Vinegar Syndrome's transfer of the Carpenter because it looks like shit. So I was going to buy it on their sale, but I did not buy it because I heard it looks like shit. So you do need to do your homework on those things. And I wish I had an answer for you, Metal Greg. Mario, what's going on, Mario? How you doing? Dolph Lundgren did a great job, played He-Man Master of the Universe. I watched that let's see, recipes, Pink Floyd saxophonist, Dick Perry dead at 83. Oh, that's sad news. Had not heard that. That's a bummer. Pink Floyd, one of the greatest, and very controversial all throughout their existence. They've always been very political and yeah. First two scary movies are hilarious. First one's the best, according to Fluff. Love Scary Movie 1 and 2. The rest are Wayans looking to forward the new one. Oh, rest aren't the Wayans. Oh, okay. Wayans brothers bounced after 1 and 2. Okay.
Yeah, that's the Zucker brothers came in. That's the guys who did like Airplane, Naked Gun,
okay,
Mafia. So
gotcha. Mario's 52 and still has He-Man toys. Decent. Nice, Mario. Michael McNally, what's cracking? I'm Pink Floyd fan. Only 2 members of the band no longer alive, Richard Wright and Sid Barrett. Yeah, and I've enjoyed Pink Floyd music, but I'm not the biggest fan because I don't agree with a lot of their politics. Buckaroo Bros, Christian, what's cracking? How you doing?
Hey.
Mr. Bones, they didn't bounce. It took from them Weinstein's. Oh, I meant bounce, like not they got fired, but I mean like bounce as far as they were like, peace out, we're bouncing, we're out, we left. Like they just left. It got took from. So they got bounced by the Weinstein. Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Beard is kind of driving me nuts here. I see. So, yeah. Well, anyways, scary movie He-Man coming out this week. I'm not as excited for them as I was for Obsession or Backrooms, and I did go see Backrooms today. Backrooms, like Obsession, not the biggest budget in the world, but it had a decent budget, especially compared to Obsession. Backrooms, this particular flick right here, had a $10 million budget. It's an A24 flick. They usually put a little bit of money in their movies, but everybody's loving this movie. And I guess maybe we should look at the tomato scores. John, where are you? I know you have not seen Backrooms yet. What's your level of excitement right now for seeing Backrooms?
I do want to see it. I just watched today half of his Backrooms short films on YouTube. There's about 10 of them. I looked up in what order they should be in, and about halfway through, I'm on found footage 2, and they could be 2 minutes, they could be 15 minutes, and they're getting more interesting. It just went from a person walking around in empty rooms, which I found out that these are furniture warehouses, which is probably why the movie takes place in a furniture warehouse. But now we're getting into the labs, computers, people in hazmat suits, monsters are all kind of walking around. And so, but it's there are a lot to get through, so I had to take a break. So I am looking forward to it, but I thought this was on the same level as Obsession as far as budget and all that goes. I didn't know. I mean, I'm looking it up now, and when you have producers like James Wan, Sean Levy, Osgood Perkins, this is not an indie movie. This is not at all.
No, it's A24.
Yeah, I mean they where Obsession, the company purchased the movie. A24 made this movie.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like which I'm very surprised they let a 20-year-old direct this film. And so I'm interested. I did watch some videos with clips of the director being interviewed, and because he's 20, he's just kind of sitting there like he has no idea what to say. So the interviewer, who's around his age, be like a cute young girl, so blah 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 blah. What about you? And he'd just be like, just doesn't know what to do or say. It's so because I'm guessing he's so young and probably, shell shocked. So yeah, I do have an interest in it. I have a feeling that this is another Five Nights at Freddy's type of thing, that either you're going to love it or you're going to hate it. But I'm definitely interested in seeing it. So,
okay. So, what John is talking about, for anybody who doesn't know, if you don't know, the director of this film is Kane Parsons. He was a YouTuber, or is a YouTuber, and he started this YouTube series that drew interest of producers, and he got money to make the movie Backrooms. So and it's very well put together, and the movie looks great, sounds great, the acting's fine. I'm not the biggest fan of the story. I walked out of the theater going, eh. I about maybe halfway through, I kind of figured out what was going on. And then it was like, now I just have to sit here. It's an hour and 52 minutes long.
that is
So
way too long.
it's a little bit long. I mean, a good movie can be that long, but this movie didn't need to be that long. There's a lot of building up that I don't think needs to be built up. But oops, I didn't think that would stay up there if I did that. So let me get rid of that. So and how dare
you
not give these fuckers their proper introduction. The tardy tomatoes. Okay, here, I guess maybe I read it wrong. I thought it said an hour and 52, but it says an hour and 50 here. Horror sci-fi, rated R. I agree with both of those. The experts, the fucking experts, have this at an 89. Popcorn Meter has it as 74. OGP has it at like a 67 is what I would give it. On a 1 to 5 on my Letterboxd, I gave it a. You got to look at my Letterboxd if you want to know. No, I'm fucking with you. I gave it a 2.5. And at a 2.5 out of 5, because I thought the story just bored me to death. What was going on with it bored me to death. I literally was fighting to stay awake in the theater during this. It took so fucking long to get there. Once it got there, it kind of started to get interesting, but I already knew where it was going. So then I just had to sit there and wait it out. And there wasn't enough to make me go, okay, this was fucking worth the wait. I'll never buy this movie. I'll never own this movie. I don't need to ever see it again. I don't hate it though. I appreciate a 20-year-old directing this is phenomenal. And I am not knocking him at all. It looked brilliant. The lighting, the effects, all that stuff was great. I just feel like this screamed that it was written by a 20-year-old, and it screamed that it was written for 20-year-olds. Maybe I'm just the old man now, but I'm like, younger generation music fucking sucks. Younger generation video games fucking suck. The things that the younger generations are into typically, in my opinion, suck. I am sitting here in the theater watching Backrooms, listening to some probably 20-year-old dude sitting 2 rows behind me. And it's Backrooms. They go from one back room to another, one back room to another. And literally the smallest little thing you see, nothing scary at all. And the guy back there, 2 rows back, is going, whoa, whoa. You sound like fucking Spicoli sitting 2 rows behind me. There was no need for his excitement. So I'm like, if this is all it takes to entertain 20-year-olds, I have an idea, and I'm going to become a fucking millionaire making movies real quick, because all you got to do is put up something and not really give a shit about it, but make them believe that they give a shit about it. That's the trick. So I don't know. I just really was not impressed with the story, but for reasons in the film, there is one thing that happened in this film that I'm not going to get into until next week, because I don't want to spoil anything. But there was one aspect of this film that I was like, that's interesting, and I like this, and I hope that it opened some 20-year-olds' eyes. But just in general, I don't know. I don't know, and I did not care. The 89, I don't know that it's because it's woke or anything like that. I just feel it has the 89 because it's artsy fartsy, and they love giving the artsy fartsy movies a good score. So that's what I think. The popcorn meter score of 74, I'm not mad at. They can't really give you any more than a strange doorway appears in the basement of a furniture showroom. They can't give you any more than that, because if you find out, maybe one more little sentence and the whole fucking movie is going to be spoiled for you. So there's a reason that you don't get that much in the trailers and stuff. But it was okay. I didn't hate it. I just was falling asleep because it's way too long, in my opinion. That's where I'm at with that. But the fun thing about it is that it's a horror movie, and it's already cracked the top. It's number 21 in money made for the year so far. And we're starting June tomorrow. So 5 full months into the year, and out of everything that's already come out, it has already made $118 million, the 21st most profitable movie of the year. $118 million on a $10 million budget. So everybody in their camp is very, very happy. I know you haven't seen it yet, John, but anything else to add about it? And so what you were saying about these, their YouTube videos on the director's YouTube channel that he made, Kane Parsons, that he made prior to making this movie, and that's what got the movie made, right?
Yeah, the YouTube channel is Kane Pixels is the YouTube channel. So it has more than just these. The Backrooms is part of Creepypasta. So he didn't create this, but he made it big by making these movies. That's what so he can't say that he originated it. It was around the same, like Slender Man.
What is Creepypasta?
It's things. I would have to look up the exact definition of creepypasta. Maybe somebody in the chat can correct me on this if I'm wrong, but I think it's more dark web. It's like Slender Man. It's weird stuff that you can't fully explain. And
so Creepypasta is a website. I just Googled it. I found a website. Is that what you're referring to?
It could be a website. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. And then it just says, welcome to Creepypasta, scaring you since 2008 with paranormal stories and creepy original horror fiction.
Yeah,
So
so
it's a
like
place for short films and horror and stuff.
yeah, and some of this stuff takes off. Like Slender Man was just one of the many things. Like this guy did he created a photo of Slender Man and it just kind of took off, and then everybody
Okay.
started creating it, and then that's how all these young people started believing that it was real. But
Okay.
you could see from what I've read is that the studio didn't have full confidence in the director because he's so young, that they were going to give it to somebody else, but they decided to stick with him because they wanted to keep it as authentic to what the YouTube channel, videos are about.
Sure.
Except I just named off a lot of the producers that had a lot to do with this. The co-writer on this, he wrote episodes of the TV show Westworld, Ash versus Evil Dead, the TV show Homeland. So he hasn't done a ton, but they got somebody who could navigate, I guess, with him a feature film script. So it's interesting because they're saying that he's the youngest. Spielberg used to be the youngest, director. I guess maybe now he is. And they even kind of had to hold Spielberg's hand to a degree with Jaws, but he had already made TV movies, TV shows, all that type of stuff. So I guess YouTube these days would be TV shows and stuff like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. Could be like a launching point,
Yeah.
too, for a lot of people that it seems like that it's becoming a good avenue to get yourself out there. So
Yeah, he's interesting since I have the only thing I've watched from him is the Backrooms. So I'd be interested in something else where the director of Obsession on his YouTube channel, he does have horror shorts, but a lot of them are comedy. And it's you could see that dark comedy in Obsession. So there's a lot more to kind of look at with him to see where he might be going.
yeah. No, and it is exciting for younger filmmakers to be horror movie fans. It's a promising future for us. And now, hey, Backrooms being this guy's first film, I would definitely, if he does another one, I will definitely go see it. This didn't turn me off, didn't make me dislike him at all. I just wasn't a fan of the story. So, and when I say wasn't a fan, it did. I'm not saying it sucked. I'm just saying I thought it was boring and it wasn't for me and it was predictable.
That's why I think it's a Five Nights at Freddy's thing. I think that you're either really into it and you get what he's trying to do, or you may not. And
when it's by the end of the movie, he spells it out for you. You're gonna know what's going on by the end of the movie. So,
which I might maybe at the end of these videos that I'm watching, maybe he does spell something out. I don't know yet. Seems to be more of a government thing. But I think if you have to spell something out, that's probably Hollywood interference, saying you got to tell people it instead of.
But it's by a 20-year-old. It's targeting 20-year-olds. They need things spelled out for them. Ever since the government decided that we don't need, rather than making everybody graduate high school, we just lowered the rules. We lowered the criteria for what you need. So it was a lot harder to graduate high school back in the day when we did. It's easier now. And it's because I'm not saying people are getting dumber, but I'm just saying they're not forcing them to learn and be as proficient at things as we were.
There are reports out there, and these are from legitimate sources that say Gen Z has no idea how to read. Like they can't do cursive, they can't read a clock with hands. It has to be digital. That they can't. If you show them, if you give them a paragraph, they can't read it. So and Matt Damon even said that when he was being interviewed with Ben Affleck for Netflix, and Netflix completely said that's not true. But I tend to believe Matt Damon, where it's what did they call it? Time scripting, where you know that if somebody's watching a movie on Netflix or just streaming, they're going to be on their phone. So
so
they're going to give you the plot, at the beginning of the movie. Then 20 minutes into the movie, they're going to give you the plot again. 40 minutes of the movie again. 50 minutes again, because they know that people, and these aren't just Gen Z, it's pretty much everybody, that they're on their phone, so they're not paying attention. So you have to, or it's called something, or cell phone writing, something like that, because you know that they're going to be basically, doing.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. You make a movie that captivates me, I don't need to hold my phone. But if you're not captivating the audience, they're going to pick up their phone. And the problem is, younger generation, they're into 30-second TikTok videos, not 2-hour movies. So it's very hard to captivate that audience. The next movie that we do need to talk about here, Obsession, it captivated the shit out of me. And look at these 96 and 95 Rotten Tomatoes scores. That is accurate, and they're great scores. This is a great movie. John went and saw this today. I saw it a few days ago, and I absolutely loved it. But before we talk about that, let me say hello to a couple other folks that have came in here since we got going on. Larry the Batman fan, what's going on? How you doing there? And Barbara, what's going on, Barbara? Long time no see. Hope you're doing well. I've been watching Obsession director shorts, the film classes I'm taking. Very nice, Christian. I hear a YouTuber made that movie, Backrooms. But yes, he was a YouTuber. Yes. And Barbara, no, Mike did not tell me good news, at least not that I saw him pop in. But what's the good news? I'm very curious now. What is the good news? I don't mean that that guy from The Sopranos that Tony Soprano's sister was dating, who would always say, "Have you heard the good news?" Then he would fall asleep in his soup. The guy with what's that called? Not narcolepsy. Is it narcolepsy where you fall asleep all the time? Yeah. Okay. But Obsession, we got to talk about that. Let's see. Shadow Man, bro, what's cracking, bro? Hope you're feeling better. Yeah, dude, I definitely am, and should be back out there finishing up a short film very soon. So hopefully we can connect at that point, Shadow Man. But man, good as shit to see you, bro. James Bowers, what's going on? What's up? Hopped on just in time for the Obsession talk. Nice. Mario, I'm not sure what you're bad about. Kevin Hampton, what's cracking on your phone? Decent. Oh yeah, you don't got OGP on the big screen tonight. We finally had a baby. He's 4 months old today. Praise God. After years of infertility, we finally had a baby. Sorry, it's been a while since I was able to tune in. New life, mom is hard. Well, bless your heart, Barbara. That is awesome. Congratulations to the both of you. That is phenomenal. I am not allowed to tell you who, but I have somebody very close to me in my life that struggled with fertility issues, and he and his wife battled for a long time, and also were able to have a child. And once you get a child, they're not going anywhere. It is 24/7 job, and it's not an easy one. So I understand, but that is so cool. I'm so happy for the both of you. Congratulations so much. Let's see here. What if Shadow Man? Oh, Fluffy saying happy birthday. Oh, is today Marcy's birthday? Damn, I didn't know that. My fault. You're good, Mario. And Larry, we're trying to focus on Obsession right now. We can jump into other tangents or other conversations after we get through this stuff right here. But there you go. Congrats to Barbara and Mike. Yes, very happy for them both. So back to Obsession. I saw this and I loved it. This is phenomenal. $750,000 budget, and it has made now $148 million. That has to be the best ratio of all time. That absolutely has to be. I can't imagine that there's a movie with that low of a budget that's made more money. I can't imagine it's ever happened. We can dive into that though and figure that out. But oops, now it's got to go away. You got to go away, poster. You would think I would know what I'm doing here, but I don't. After breaking the mysterious One Wish Willow to win his crush's heart, a hopeless romantic finds himself getting exactly what he asked for, but soon discovers that some desires come at a dark, sinister price. And Curry Barker, another YouTuber, directed this. And aside from Andy Richter from the Conan O'Brien show, and he's been in a few other movies, the cast, I think, is pretty well unknown or newbies. But 95, 96 on the scoreboard there. Now for the moment of truth, John Ward, 95, 96. Do you agree with the scores? How did you feel about the movie?
I agree with the scores. I really enjoyed it by the end. At the audience that I was with, and it was a decent sized audience. We were just sitting there at the beginning, just sitting there. And as it moved, we got more and more into it. But with this guy who says, you know, like this, I don't know, what do they call him? A love lost guy or whatever you said. I kept thinking of Adam Sandler and Billy Madison when he tells the kid that stutters, when he's like, so out with it, Junior. Because I was just like, fuck, dude, just say something. You're annoying the fuck out of me. And it's just like, if you don't say anything, then you don't deserve her. She's just going to be asked out by somebody else, and then life is going to suck for you. And and so that was kind of frustrating me a little bit, but I really enjoyed it. I thought that it was really good. I watched his short film, The Chair, before I went to see it because that was the basis for this film. The Chair is great. It is such a good short, and I could see little bits and pieces of it in this. The weird thing is that I don't know why I was looking up something for Obsession, and all of a sudden on YouTube, this video came up, and it says like how you know your roommate is a psycho, and I clicked on it, and it's two guys, one of them being the director, and one of them not. And they have this whole comedy thing, and the whole thing is about no homo. And it's all like how I could tell you, you look handsome today, no homo. And the guy's like, huh, what? He's like, well, I could give you a compliment, but it's not in a sexual way. So I could say no homo and it's still straight. It's okay. And it's a whole skit on this. And of course, there's a twist. I was dying. I sent it to you and I said, this is freaking funny. But I didn't know it was the director. I had no idea. And then later on, I found out that he has his own comedy, like skit channel on YouTube. And I started watching more Condom, or was it like Condom or Receipt? There's all these ones that are just freaking hilarious. One that deals with like a Pringle can. This guy is friggin' funny and he's talented. So that's when I got into like, okay, I have to go see Obsession tomorrow. So I did really enjoy it. I really liked it a lot. I thought it was very well made. And he has one other feature on there. It's only like 70 minutes. It's called Cereal and Milk, which I want to watch. And then he has a bunch of like horror shorts, but most of his stuff is comedy. But he is very funny. And I am happy for this guy. I don't know this guy at all. I've never met him or anything. So I'm hoping that he's a really good guy. But I'm very happy that this is happening because he's obviously put a lot of work into this channel to get to this movie, and you could see it rising, and so very happy.
And I'm glad you are. And I just, before we get too far away or on a tangent or whatever, I do want to talk about Obsession and the story. It's been out for 2 weeks now. We're not going to go full spoilers, but there are some points that I do want to talk about with this. And so, as John was mentioning, there's the lead actor here, the guy you see in the car on his phone or looking at that thing right there in the picture. He's desperate. He's in love with this girl, but doesn't know how to tell her. She's like his best friend, but he's feeling friend zoned. He kind of is friend zoned. And the first 20 minutes of the film is frustrating. And I'm sitting there going, man, I don't know about this movie. I just don't know, because this guy is frustrating as hell, because this girl, she's great with him and she kind of flirts and gives signs and there's, stuff going on. It is frustrating because you're like, this guy's blowing opportunity after opportunity to tell this girl how he feels about her. But then once he breaks that wish thing, the film really starts getting going. And it does not take long. Once he breaks that wish thing, that shit starts happening right away. And that's when it really pulled me in. And so I'm with you. The audience for the first 20 minutes of the film was kind of like, okay, what are we doing here? But we needed that. We needed to know this guy was a chicken.
That maybe
agreed.
Agreed. It was intentional that the director, who's the writer, the editor, he's also a musician. Maybe that was this whole thing, is I'm going to frustrate the audience, just like this guy is frustrated. And then they will regret what he did, just like he does.
I think it was character development and character building and setting up the story more than trying to frustrate the audience. It was letting us know who this guy is, how desperate he is, what's going on, how kind of foolish he is. And it kind of introduced us to the place where he got that thing that he cracks. And so I think we needed all that stuff to set up the story. But the good thing is it only lasted about 20 minutes. Whereas what I watched today, the fucking setup is over an hour before we really get into the good stuff there with Backrooms. So, but once Obsession gets going, you see this girl go from just being chummy with him to head over heels in love with him. And there are some moments of the film that I don't normally with horror movies. Yeah, the occasional jump scare, especially in a theater, they make it so fucking loud or whatever, you kind of get caught. Even if you try your best not to get caught by a jump scare, every once in a while they'll get you. There are a couple jump scares in this film, but that's not what it's really about. What this film really thrives on is the reveals of the different situations. Like one, so again, I'm not going spoiler into how the film ends or anything, but there's mild spoilers. A couple things that I want to mention. He goes to work, like, so she falls so in love with him. She doesn't want to be away from him at all. Well, he's like, I got to go to work. And she's like, okay. She stays there. He comes home. She hasn't fucking moved at all. I mean, like, at all. So that was pretty damn hilarious. What happens while he's at work and the aftermath that he finds when he comes home is disgusting and hysterical. So it's not just like, oh, we're going to do this, but we're going to do this and we're going to really twist it and make it as fucked up as possible. There's some other scenes. There's an instance with the door. If you've seen the film, when he's looking, he has this look on his face and you're like, what's he looking at? What's he looking at? What's he looking at? And they turn toward the front door of the house and you're like, damn, this bitch is crazy. What she did by the door. So, and I don't want to reveal everything to spoil it, but it's a situational reveal rather than a loud screaming music to kind of shock you. So I think it's unique in that aspect, especially nowadays where everything is jump scare, jump scare, jump scare. I think he did a phenomenal job with this film. And I'm hoping that, like the director of Backrooms, I really hope we get more, and I'm sure we will, because as good as this movie's done, from this guy right here with Obsession. But man, I absolutely loved it. I'm thrilled that you enjoyed it, John.
Well, so let me tell you something. You know that I have brought up the evil one, and I have always compared the evil
The
one
evil one is John's ex-girlfriend.
is an ex-girlfriend, and she had I still have issues with women because of her. And this was years ago. I always compared her to the girlfriend in The Hangover, and just that evil girlfriend that taught, bring your Rogaine and make sure you call me. And I'm like, oh my God, that's Laura. Oh shit. Watching this, if you combined that evil girlfriend with this evil girlfriend, that's Laura. 100% Laura.
Wow.
And it actually, while watching The Hangover, it bothered me because I'm just like, fuck, this is just like her. This is weird. And of course, that takes place in Vegas. And this one, I'm watching it going, oh, this hits a little too close to home. Granted, she didn't pee on the floor and tape a door and all. She didn't do.
But fucking spoiler! John said it, not me. I didn't.
Somebody in the chat just said she peed on the floor.
No, I was talking about the door.
Yeah. Oh, okay. All right. Well, sorry, but it's very close. I enjoy the film a lot. I think that him doing comedy a lot has a lot to do with the pacing of this film. I think that's where his editing works really well, since he's the editor. I think that he learned from his own films, and that's what makes this film so good, is that he took all that knowledge from comedies and put them into this horror film. And that's why it's so good. So I highly recommend for people to see it. I'm now, the more that I think about it, I almost tend to think that he's doing the beginning on purpose, just to make the audience just be like, come on, dude. And then when
of course, we're all pissed off at the guy for not telling her how he feels and stuff, and for being a chicken. And a lot of people can relate. I think we've all probably had that one moment in our lives where there's been an opportunity and we look back and go like,
to be on the floor.
But we look back and we go like, damn, that girl was coming on to me, and how did I not see that? I'd be willing to bet most men have experienced that at one point or another.
And I do like, he does grow, which is nice. But it was, what did I watch? I watched something the other night where the guy was killing me, absolutely killing me. And it was that this girl was just like practically all over him. And I can't think of what it was. If I do, I'll say it. But it was just like, dude, you don't even have to do anything. All you got to do is just follow her lead, and you would be fine. And it was just so frustrating. But it is a great film. And YouTubers now, that includes, what is it? I may be getting the name wrong. Iron Claw, that one with the YouTuber made the from the video game. And that did really well. I think it's called Iron Claw. I'm very happy that Shelby Oaks bombed. Very happy about that. Nobody wants to talk about that film. And I'm happy that the Obsession did great. And then Mando and Chicklet came out, bombed, and then everybody went back to talking about Obsession again. And the film actually went up. Like, its attendance went up. So it's like all the people who saw it the first time told everybody who hated Mando to go see this movie, and they did. So it's Iron Lung. Thank you, Mr. Bones. Thank you. And I do blame you. So you're Iron Lung. Thank you. I've heard that's really good, and I want to see that.
Blame Mr. Bones for what?
Oh, he said, and she pees on the floor.
Oh, okay. Yeah. House of G-Fam says, I think Paranormal Activity had the most profit for a while. I think it was like the biggest. And I'm talking percentage, not necessarily, because, 148 million is nothing compared to like $1 billion that some movies have made. But I'm talking, for being less than $1 million to make 148 million is just ridiculous. But maybe we can dive into that a little bit more.
Well, it goes right up there with Blair Witch, Halloween, Scream. Each one of those outdid each other as far as independent films go. So
yeah. Jeff, what's going on, Jeff? How you doing? I will check out Obsession for sure. You won't be disappointed, Jeff. Curry Barker is a comedy skit show, John. So is Zach Kreger. Oh, speaking of Zach Kreger, before I watched Backrooms today, they did have a trailer for the new Resident Evil movie, who I think is Zach Kreger's involved with, if not directing.
He's directing it. He's writing, one of the writers and directors. Yeah.
And it's very funny because for once I'm like, and Resident Evil movie looks good to me. And John's like, it looks like shit.
And for once I'm like, this looks like crap. So it's, but and from what I've read with him, because there's a new trailer out, but it's 1 minute of him talking, and then the rest of it is the old trailer.
Yeah, I didn't see nothing about him talking.
Yeah, and he says he's a massive fan of the games. This is in spirit of the games and takes place in the same universe. So it has nothing to do with the games. I can't complain about that because the Mila movies have nothing to do with the games.
But you've also never played the games. We established that last week. So who cares, right? But who cares?
Exactly. So I can't go, well, this movie has nothing to do with the games because the ones I like have nothing to do with the games. I did hate the Netflix series. I thought was awful. And I hated, the
Netflix made a Resident Evil series.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is one of the wokest things I've ever seen in my life.
Well, so back to the new movie. Why you said you think it looks like shit? Why do you think it looks like shit?
Because it doesn't look like a Resident movie at all.
Maybe that's why I'm excited.
It just looks like a zombie movie. And I watched the trailer. It happened to be on the front of one of the movies that I was watching for that Daisy Ridley zombie movie. And
which is great.
We Bury the Living. And I'm like, holy shit, this looks really good.
I think it's We Bury the Dead.
We Bury the Dead. Okay. And
which is a great fucking movie. 4 stars out of 5.
Yeah, I really want to see that now. And I did the little plus sign. So it's saved. And that's to me what it looks like. So maybe if it's like a regular zombie movie, I would probably be into it. But to call it Resident Evil, it is no. I even hated the second movie that came out, the Welcome one. I didn't like that one either. I thought it was bad. And that one was closer to the games. I guess it's supposed to be more Resident Evil 2 with the first game thrown in there. But it's no, I think so far the Mila movies have been the only good ones. But I like some of the animated ones. I think are not bad. But yeah, I'm just not looking forward to this.
Yeah, maybe I think I'm excited, and I think it'll probably be the first Resident Evil movie I watch. And I have no desire. I mean, looking at the other ones, I feel like it's like Lara Croft. I've never seen, what are those, Tomb Raiders? I don't give a fuck about them. I'll never watch a Tomb Raider movie. So I put the Resident Evil in that category, but this one looks good. It looks interesting. Like I might enjoy it. So I probably will. But I thought that was funny mentioning Zach Kreger, and then that trailer popped up earlier today. Just finished this movie. She did she was covered in she was covered in stuff by the time he got back from work that day. She sounds like the many ex-girlfriends. I think we've all kind of had an ex-girlfriend like that. Mine would have been named Lisa. Fluffy would know her. This bitch was fucking obsessed with me. Oh my God. I think I was worried at the end of our dating that she was trying to get pregnant to keep me. And so for the last few months, I was like, nope, sorry, I'm not having sex with you anymore. Good movie, a lot of hype, but super cool to see great actors we don't know. That is another good point. Thank you, NG. It is nice seeing films and not going like, oh, look, it's fucking Arnold Schwarzenegger. Oh, look, it's Tom Cruise. We've seen these guys every fucking time. It's nice to, I know I had to throw Tommy in there. Sorry. But it is nice to see fresh blood in movies that, that are good. And we don't need, the only reason you have to have big names in movies is to draw an audience. Otherwise you can make a great movie without a big name.
Odyssey and you just want to get an Academy Award.
Yeah.
Then you check every box off and have it in your movie, even if it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, the Odyssey is one movie I'll never see, and I'll never be
I will. It
discussing.
will be the only Christopher Nolan film I have not that I haven't seen. So,
Yeah. Who's the villain in your opinion? Oh, in Obsession. That's a good question because, well, I mean, really, I guess the villain would be like, I don't want to, I don't really want to spoil it, but the girl, there's something wrong with her to make her the way she is. That could be the villain, or maybe the desperate guy fucked up.
no,
I think he's just a
desperate guy.
victim, but
No,
he's just he didn't think it was going to work, so you can't fault him for that. Every guy has wished that they were going to get laid or something. You can't fault a guy for that.
The person who does the wish, male or female, is the villain.
No, I disagree, because there's no way that he thought that was really going to work, and so he can't be the villain.
It doesn't matter. It does. He's the villain.
He is the reason that it happens, but in my opinion, no. The villain is the one making the bad things happen. That's like saying so in Pumpkinhead, you have to go and you have to tell the witch that you want to bring back Pumpkinhead to do these evil things for you. And the witch tells you, well, there's a price to pay if you do this. Then Pumpkinhead comes back and kills everybody. That's like saying Pumpkinhead's not the villain in the movie. Pumpkinhead's the villain.
No, Lance Hendrickson is the villain.
Yeah.
Because he's the one who caused it. The kids, the guys hit the kids. They even brought the kid to Lance Hendrickson. It was an accident. He wanted revenge. The witch warned him. And then Pumpkinhead came out. And then, of course, he has to turn all Pumpkinhead-y near the end, too. But Lance Hendrickson would be the villain. Yeah.
I will have to disagree with you on that. But we don't need to argue about it all night. You have your opinion. You're entitled to your opinion. And I don't have to agree with it.
Correct.
Sure. Gail gave Fluffy a Blu-ray box of Resident Evil movies. Love those movies. So here's the question, Fluffy. Are you going to sell them, or are you going to keep them?
Guaranteed he's going to sell them. Guaranteed.
I saw, because I own one that I found, I think, at a Dollar Tree. It was like a steel book of one of them, but I don't own any other Resident Evil movies. And I was walking through Walmart like yesterday, I think, and saw the 6-movie box set for $15, but it was DVD. So I was like, if it was Blu-ray, I might have picked it up. But something that I have not mentioned yet is that I'm basically going to be retiring from purchasing physical media. I'm just done with it. And we'll talk about why here soon. But I thought, if it was Blu-ray, maybe I'll pick it up for $15. But then I just told myself, I'm never going to fucking watch these movies. Why would I buy this to put it on my shelf if I'm never going to watch them? So I did not. But I don't know. Maybe if Gail sent me the box set, I would have to watch them. Like I promised Gail, I'll watch everything he sends me now. But I don't plan on. And I'm not saying they're bad. John loves them. That's great. I'm not saying they're bad. They're just not for me. It doesn't have Mila surfboard chest in it. Well, and this is again just further evidence why we know John hates boobs. He's a big Mila fan. Mila hates boobs too.
Well, it says it doesn't have, Mila in it. I'm not going to say the other part, but
the surfboard chest.
So I'm not entirely sure what that statement means, except
it means she's flat chested.
Yeah, well, but it doesn't have. So I don't like the trailer because she's not in it, or is he just?
That's what I think. Yeah, I think he's saying. I think the point is that you don't like the trailer because Mila's not in it.
Because she also wasn't in the Netflix TV show. She also wasn't in the Welcome movie. She wasn't in the animated movies. She's only in the Alice movies. Mm. So okay. So I am not going along with this. I'm sorry.
Larry, the Batman fan, you have just outed yourself, sir. You have outed yourself. Aren't these Resident Evil movies rated R?
All of them.
Yeah, Larry, what are you doing, Larry? Watching rated R movies, sir? And they're like horror movies, aren't they?
They're zombie films, yeah.
Oh, Larry.
Well, and I don't think Larry realizes in his name that Batman kills people. So he's kind of an R-rated superhero.
Yeah, and not in my opinion. I think Batman's a chump. He likes to take people to jail. Punisher's where it's at. We need our opinions like John's. Otherwise, they will pump out trash movies for other games we love. No, very true. And that's, we're never going to see eye to eye on everything, and we don't need to when it comes, to what we like or dislike or whatever. But no, it's good that there is a fan base for the Resident Evil movies. And I'm not saying nobody else should dislike them or anything. I'm not hating on them. I'm just saying they're not for me. They haven't done enough to merit me watching them.
Well, from what I understand, Iron Lung is the game. That the director of that is a huge fan, and so it's like you can watch the movie and the game, and they're like practically the same thing.
So there's a game and a movie called Iron Lung.
Yeah, the game came first. The director's a huge fan of it, and so then he made a movie version of it, which is very close, from what I understand, to the game.
Prior to this evening, I'd never heard of either. Cinestalker's in the house. What's cracking? How you doing, Cinestalker?
Hey.
Congrats again on the new ride. Cinestalker over there living life. Got the new car going on. Very happy for him. Let's see. Larry likes the Tomb Raider movies. Nice. He don't even have his license, Lisa. No fucking idea what you're talking about. They're Fluffy Gamer. What's up, OGP? And John, Wicked Network, what's cracking? How you doing? So let's see. Most people say Bear is the villain. He took that girl's life from her. No, and so I get that argument, but to me, what he did resulted in it. But this is like the butterfly effect. You couldn't have imagined that wishing on a toy was really going to happen and make this girl's life turn upside down.
Not the butterfly effect.
The butterfly effect is what happened. A butterfly's wing makes a little breeze and it causes something on the other side of the planet happens as a result of something minuscule or insignificant. This was an insignificant act of him breaking a toy that caused her to fall in love with him. And then, fuck it, we'll spoil it. A demon comes, possesses her, and makes her do all this shit. The demon's the fucking villain.
I'm going to disagree with all that.
Then what is the demon in this? An innocent bystander who just shows up to kill people?
There is technically no demon in this.
She's possessed by a demon.
Who says that?
It's in the fucking movie.
Who?
It's in the movie. She's possessed by a demon.
Who says that she's possessed?
And then once the curse is reversed, the demon leaves her.
But a curse isn't a demon. A curse could just be a curse.
Well, the possession, whatever the fuck it is, but she had a demon, and that it's in the movie. I don't want to go into all the spoilers of it.
Somebody in the chat said, "Who's the villain in Friday the 13th?" The villain in the original Friday the 13th are the counselors that let Jason drown. It's not Pamela. Because if they paid attention to Mongoloid Jason, he would have never drowned, and then none of this would be happening.
We're never going to agree on this.
The villains.
Yeah, they're the instigators. They're not the villains, in my opinion. We're never going to agree on it. I think we should move on. Sorry if I say no spoilers, but can't really discuss. No, there are some things that in order to prove a point, you just have to let out of the bag. And Lou, is that Captain Lou Albano in that photo? Love it. Yeah, well, that's where it wouldn't have happened. And yeah, so neither Jason or his mom instigated what happened there. But in the first one, the mom was the killer. We can argue terminology, but I don't think it matters. The mom was the killer. You can say they were the villains or whatever, but I don't. Got a message. Sorry. I don't want to get us all heated at each other. Let's see. It's not worth much, but no, I have not sold anything that Gail's given me. Well, there you go. That's kind of a kind of surprise. Prove it. John wants pictures. Let's see the Gale shelf of movies. Don't let physical media die, OGP. NG. So here's my thing with this. I have thrown away a shitload of movies that were in here in a temperature controlled room. And we're also out in my garage where it's hot that have disc rot. And looking into it, doing more diving, DVDs and Blu-rays are only designed to last 10 to 20 years. So guess what? All this fucking money we're spending on these things, they're just going to rot. In another 10 or 20 years, they're just going to rot. And so here's my thought. I have enough movies here that I could watch one movie a day for at least 6 years and never watch the same movie twice. I need to start watching some of these. I'm not getting rid of my movies. I will still acquire new movies, but only via like trade, things I'm trading in and stuff. I'm not writing off physical media. I just cannot justify spending money on physical media anymore. John?
So what if something new comes out that you like? Scream 7.
I know. I'm conflicted because
will there be certain things that your new Oz Perkins movie comes out? Will you be so for certain things you'll buy it new, but you're just not going to buy a bunch of.
Here's the thing. I reserve the right to be a hypocrite. Everybody on this planet is a hypocrite. Everybody's a hypocrite. So at times I will break my rule, but by not just going out and spending $150 every time I go to Vegas at 2 different Zia records, I can put that money toward memories, making memories, doing things, having fun, eating food that I, wouldn't. Fuck, guys. Man, all of a sudden my notification's on and there's a chat with Fat Samurai Guy and Sexy Sumo, and they are blowing it up right now. So if that noise is coming through, I apologize. But did you hear it?
No.
Oh, okay, good. So I just, knowing that these discs are all gonna rot down the road, I just have a hard time buying them because this is the way I look at things. I got a room full of shit here that I can look at. Then what? So someday I die and now my kids go like, well, fuck. They're not going to want this shit. They're going to throw it all away. Or they're going to, sell it for dirt cheap or this or that or whatever. I know this because I did the same thing. My parents had all this stuff that they bought. And when they passed away, me and my brother were like, fuck, it's going to be a lot of work to deal with this stuff. Give it away or do whatever with it. That it was things that they loved. So what am I doing this for? What am I getting these movies for if I'm never going to watch them because I just keep buying more and more and more and I never get around to watching the ones I have? So I want to focus more on watching what I have and less on just adding to a collection of shit to sit around that I can't appreciate. So
I can understand that and I see that. When this is a long time ago, but I was really broke at one moment and I could not afford to buy anything. Those were actually probably some of the best times because the money that I did have, I did go out and party with my friends. I lived in a big blue house and it was all full of college people where we did throw parties, like massive parties. That's where the money went, was for beer, food, hanging out with friends, doing stuff like that. Instead of going, I'm sorry, I can't go out with you because I just bought 10 new Funko Pops. So it's you can apply it to something else. Also, I always think of my grandfather that when he retired, he built a room underneath the garage. This thing was huge. It was a 2-car garage and it was a room. He collected trains, HO gauge trains. He built like 5 different levels of countries for these trains. He built the houses. He put the trees in. He did all of this. It took him like 30 years to do all this stuff. When he died, we tore it down in 3 hours.
Sure.
So what my grandmother sold all the trains for barely anything. She didn't
Probably
know what to
pennies
do
on
with
the
them.
dollar. Yeah.
Yeah, and his stuff, that room just became a storage closet.
But there's the difference in that is that, and my dad and my brothers and I were all into model railroads when we were kids. The difference in that is you're making memories as you're creating this rather than going into Zia Records, buying a fucking movie called Nutbag, and then just sticking it on the shelf. Building a model railroad, you're actually creating something, you're spending time doing it, you're making memories of doing something that you love. But I do get your point, is that he had all these things, and then yeah, when his time came, it was like, well, okay, you just get rid of all that stuff. So that's part of it. But the frustrating thing for me is how many movies I've just thrown away. Probably 50 to 60 movies that just were trash because I can't sell them. Nobody will buy them. I'm not going to bother trying to put them on eBay and have somebody sending them back to me because they're all starting to rot. And so,
Well,
why?
and the idea is that you buy a movie and you watch it. You don't buy a movie and just put it on a shelf for 20 years. That's
Yeah.
oh, this movie came out, I really enjoyed it. You buy it and then you watch it. And
I'm telling you,
instead of buying 20 movies and never watching them.
I bought Nutbag a long fucking time ago.
I own that
movie. I've never seen this movie. So I have movies that I bought at Superstar Video, which closed down years and years ago, that still have Superstar stickers on them. Some of them still had, as I was going through putting my new movies in order, I was noticing that some Superstar videos still had the tape on them. So I never even opened them. So I just need to get past that. I need to watch some of the stuff I've got. Now, an Oz Perkins movie, yes, I'd love to own that. Obsession, I want to own that. And the reason for this is most movies you'll be able to watch someday streaming. But there are a lot of movies, like maybe you can find Nutbag, but it's not always going to be out there. And it may not, if it's out there now, it may go away. So there are movies that you cannot stream without paying for. And so if you're going to pay for it, why not have a physical copy of it? So I am conflicted, but right now my thought is I'm just done spending money on this stuff because it's just going to rot and I can spend that money on other things. So if people send me movies, I will still be very grateful and I will watch them and I will talk about them. If I purchase a random movie here or there, I'm gonna be happy to have it, but in general I'm trying to wean myself off of spending so much money. I look around and I'm like, fuck me, if I think about all the movies, let's just say I averaged $5 a movie for all these movies in here, that's at least $10,000 I've spent on movies in this room. At least, probably much more than that. $10,000 I could have taken 2 trips to Italy. I mean, and that doesn't count the probably thousands of dollars worth of autographs I have in here too, which I've already essentially, I retired, but then I had a relapse a couple months ago. I had a little relapse with my autograph collecting and got on some fucking auctions and stuff, but I've uninstalled that app and I'm backed away from autograph collecting again to save my money to spend it on things I want to spend it on, which my priority may shift down the road, but right now it is away from physical media.
I mean, moderation. You could still buy things, like autographs. Just moderation. Don't. It's like me with losing weight. I don't need to eat a pizza a week, a pizza a month, and space it out over a few days. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
But it's just like any of these things that like the only autograph. I'm only looking for 2 autographs right now, and that's the Billy Zane that's at the convention and the Will Smith on Bad Boys. That's it. I don't. Maybe I'll get him a Roberts down the road. I might buy a Spider-Man Noir Funko Pop if Nick Cage pops into town. Well, he is in town. He lives here. But, if he ends up at a convention. But there's very little. So you could go still use that app, but really only buy the stuff that you deeply want.
I can't. I don't have the
Okay.
self-control to do that.
More of an addiction then.
Yeah, I just don't have the self-control to do that. I get on there and I'm like, oh fuck. Like I have what was the fucking Kelly Kapowski Funko Pop that I got? I don't fucking need that. I don't fucking want that. But it's now on my shelf because it was cheap. So I could have spent that money on something else. And so that's why. So it you know, and it is, you know, and the thing is I don't need to say, oh, I'm gonna do this or I'm gonna do that. But I am right now saying that I'm you know, at least moving away from it for now.
Sure.
We'll see how things go. There's no rules in life that I have to follow. Cinesoccer, any beers? Not tonight, sir. I'm beerless. John, I've got myself a Diet Coke and a backup bottle of water here. What are you sipping on this evening? Anything?
Coffee and water.
Kafifi.
Kafifi.
Yeah, thank you. Done with physical media. Sacrilege. I'm not done with it. It's not going away, Jeff. It's not going away. But I have to stop. You were talking about your girlfriend Lisa, but I was referring to the movie License to Drive. Yeah, okay. I License to Drive, man. 20 years ago at least since I've seen that movie, right? I have no idea what the reference was. Do you get the reference, John?
I didn't. I mean, I know License to Drive, but no, I don't remember.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
Weird Science. Oh, so maybe Fluffy was saying Weird Science. Oh, Weird Science. Was the girl in there named Lisa?
Oh yeah, what
okay,
they create is named Lisa. Yeah.
Yeah. Man, she was something. What was her name? That actress, Kelly LeBrock? No, it was something
I
LeBrock,
think that's right. Yeah. She
Yeah.
dated Steven Seagal for a while.
Yeah,
Yeah.
man. I think they were married for a while. Yeah. Yeah, I know how, man. She probably went like, yeah, I found out you're really not good at martial arts, so I'm leaving you. You're dead. I buy on sale only, and that's, you know, typically like, so I go to Zia and there's a lot of stuff. Like when John and I were there this last weekend, there was a lot of stuff I had in my hand that I put back that were like $30 to $40 a piece. And I was like, but I bought a bunch of like things that were $20 or less, just, yeah, to buy on sale. But still, I have so many other things I want to spend my money on rather than physical media. So that's why. Quality over quantity. Stop buying filler just to have them. I'm much happier now that I've streamlined my collection. And Jeff, so that's where that's kind of the thought process on this too, is that when I do get new movies now, that means one old shit movie has to go. So you know,
but that's a way of doing it.
Yeah.
Buy something that you really like, obsession, and then just get rid of something bad, get rid of Nutbag.
Well, and that's what I'll do, is that, you know, when I do find something, but I have no intent to go out. If Obsession comes out and I'm not feeling like buying it at a time, I won't, you know, I'll be fine. Yeah, in the end, it's all just stuff. You're exactly right, Jeff. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, if you die, that's it. It's just stuff.
Yep. Hopefully we chilling it up later with P Nasty. Yeah, P Nasty's coming to town, and Cinesoccer P Nasty going to be doing another hood drinks. You know, getting their buzz on down there. Looking forward to it. Let's see, Mr. Nasty, he's in Texas lately. Oh, P Nasty's in Texas. Oh shit. Nocturno, what up, Nocturno? No more Zia Records. Yeah, I know. So my thought is, like, the last few times I've been going out to Vegas, I spent so much fucking money at Zia Records. I would rather spend that money going to concerts or just having drinks, listening to shitty bands at Double Down Saloon, you know, or other bars or places like that, and do those type of things, and have those memories rather than, because honestly, there's no memories in these movies. Here you go. I'll just pull this one off the shelf. If you asked me if I own this movie, I would tell you I have no fucking idea. Did I know I owned Nightmare Castle?
Oh, that's a good one.
But I didn't know I owned it. There's no memory there. But I have so many great memories of, you know, eating great food at restaurants and traveling places, doing things like that.
And
That's what I need to. What's up?
And pooping it out.
And pooping it out. Yeah.
Oh man, the steak was great. Oh yeah.
Damn it, John. Damn it. Let's see here. So anyways, I don't want to hover on this all night. OGP and John, y'all ever see the show True Blood? I have not.
Yeah, I turned it off.
Oh, okay.
I got to see Anna Paquin. I think it's Anna Paquin naked. Whoever the lead actress is, naked, and I went, okay, I'm done. The show got very annoying with me. The black character, the black chick, is so fucking intolerable. It's just like I'm done. I am out of this. I don't need to watch anything with somebody that's a character. She might be a nice person in real life, but her character was horrible. So sorry.
Okay. Jeff, can't resist buying obscure horror titles that get released on Blu-ray. And I know, and that's my thing. So here's my thing. I bought 3 movies off of the Vinegar Syndrome sale. One of them I wanted, Reform School Girls, because of Wendy O. Williams. The other 2 I bought just because they sounded interesting. I don't need to buy shit because it sounds interesting. I got so much I can watch. And there's like, what are you going to do if you some of these collectors out there that have to have every single Vinegar Syndrome release or every single Seven release or whatever. So you get them all. Then what? There's no prize at the end, aside from the fact you have all that shit. I'd rather spend that money on other stuff. That's my thought. Well, yeah, Kelly Brock and Steven Seagal were married. That's what I thought.
Yeah. I think that's why I do things like hate purchases or things like that. It's instead of just collecting, it's like, oh, I can do a Madam Web shelf. I could do, I could do a hate purchase shelf. I could do. So for me, it's fun that way instead of just buying a ton of crap and just shoving it on a wall somewhere. I can actually make a display. And because what am I going to do with the Top Gun merch?
Yeah, nothing. Mine is over there.
It's just going to sit on a shelf. So might as well do something with it, make it interesting, make it a shelf of just the Top Gun merch, that I got. And
like that.
I got that. You bet I got that.
It's sitting in a fucking bucket. That's what it's doing.
Mine is displayed, but but I don't know, that maybe that's just how I kind of do stuff, is that I try to, you obviously know, you've seen my shelves. They all kind of have like a different little theme going. So it's a way of doing it, I guess.
Jeff kills me. John's a bad influence on you. Don't forget, I dubbed him the Jedi Master of buying shit titles. He's in your head with his Jedi mind tricks. That's what happened. John, you've convinced me. Now, I was buying shit titles well before I ever started buying titles with John. But John is the Jedi Master of buying shit titles. I see he has some collections of movies that are hysterical. But that's okay, because fucking Wet Movie 1 just bought a fucking movie from David Sterling.
Oh.
So yeah, Wet Movie 1 saw David at Monster Palooza over the weekend and fucking bought a movie from him just because he's in it. And I doubt David gave him that movie. I'm sure he had to buy it from him. But I might be in the movie. I ain't fucking buying it. Well, anymore. Okay, anymore, because I did buy House of Pain.
Yeah,
but that was made at my house. I had to fucking own that movie.
If you're in a movie, you should get a copy for free. You should at least get a copy of the movie and a poster for free. You shouldn't. Yeah. I don't know how many movies I've had to buy from people that I'm in, that I acted for free or worked on for free. And you would at least expect the person to say, oh, here's a copy of the movie. So yeah, you shouldn't have to buy House of Pain. That should have just been given to you.
Nocturnal met Geezer and Bill yesterday. Who's Bill? Geezer, is that, what's Geezer? Is that the dude from Black Sabbath? Is that Geezer? Or who's Geezer and Bill? Nocturnal. Do you know, John?
I have no idea.
Yeah. I'm sure I know, but I'm just drawing a blank right now. But I forgot Hollywood Show was this weekend.
Oh, it's just
And
Black Sabbath.
Monster Palooza. Okay, nice. Yeah. Oh, did you? So Nocturno, do you already have an Aussie? So yeah, that's okay. That's what I was thinking. Geezer from Black Sabbath. Yeah. Um, did you have an Aussie autograph? Did you get him to sign something that Ozzy was on? That's because you was on panel with MC and them saying who's buying that one. No, I know, and that's where I'm going to tell MC like the Vinegar Syndrome shows and stuff. I'm just tapping out. I love MC. I love hanging out with them and doing the videos and stuff. But when it comes to buying shit, I'm gonna tap out for now. Maybe one day I'd love to get back in doing a show, and I don't want to steal MC's like Voyage to the Bottom of the Barrel Thunder, but there is one specific reason that I'm not on that show anymore. And it's not for a lack of time or availability. It's something else. But I would love to do a show like that again with MC, if one day maybe it presents itself. And we tried the Ultra Terrestrials, which I guess is probably dead, but and I love doing it, but it just it was a lot to try and deal with. So I forgot to mention I got John's package. The poster is awesome, much appreciated. There you go.
Of course, you're very welcome. Glad you like it.
Let's see. Saw Wet Movie One's latest vid. Man, was Wet Movie One's video, was it just me, or at the very beginning? And I've never seen one of his videos like this where it's shaky. He said he had something in his hand as he was juggling things, but I almost felt like his camera stabilizer was off or something at the beginning. But fun video. And it's funny, 2 weeks in a row, Fluffy saw David Sterling, and then this week, Wet Movie One saw David Sterling. So everybody watch your back, or you might run into David Sterling next weekend. Gave away my game collection, rather spend money on things like going out, Magnetic Con, and that's where I'm at. I do. My wife and I have always been more about experiences, and believe me, I love horror movies, and a lot of these movies you just can't stream, or like Run Bitch Run. I'm looking for. I would love to have it. That movie right there. It would be special to me because Fluffy and I watched it on a drunk movie review a while back and had a great time with it. Like Bloody Bible Camp. I loved it. Had Reggie Bannister in it and got to meet Reggie Bannister, got his autograph on a Bloody Bible Camp picture. So, and his wife's autograph on that picture too, because she was also in it. Gigi. So things like that have a sentimental value. There's a different story with those, I think. But John, we have not even really dove into Mando and Grogu and Disclosure Day. I'm more interested in talking about Disclosure Day than Mando and Grogu, which has $165 million budget and it's made $246 million, which is, it's not a total bomb, but it's not making the money. And well, total bomb would have been less than the budget, but I mean, it's not what Disney needed it to make.
With the amount of money that Disney spends on these things, with research, with reshoots and everything, it needed to make well over $1 billion.
Well, for $165 million budget, I would think it didn't. I mean, they would want it to make over $1 billion, but I don't think it needed to with a $165 million budget. But it's a bomb. There's no question about that.
It also had a massive decline too, of 70%. So that's a pretty big, audience decline there. So it's everybody says it doesn't matter. It does. You don't have to do homework. You don't need to do homework. You just watch it. It's just kind of there. It doesn't really do anything. It's kind of boring. It's a one-off. It's just nobody cares, and it once again goes to show what a shitty producer Kathleen Kennedy is. So and I think that it hurts Jon Favreau's career.
Yeah, I had every intention of seeing it, and I told everybody, "Don't say nothing. Don't say nothing. I want to go in, have my own opinion." And everybody kept talking about how much it sucked, and then I was like, "Okay, now I'm not going to go see it." Because I just don't feel like it now because I heard too many people saying stuff about it. And so then I didn't go see it. maybe I'll watch it when it's streaming. But that's why there's movies like that I'm just like, I don't want to fucking know. I don't want to know. And then everybody can't control themselves and has to fucking say something. And, so it lost it for me. But, yeah, seeing the numbers on it and stuff, and that tells you something. If a Star Wars movie, was this the first in 9 years to the theater?
I think it's 7. I think it's 7 years, but yeah, close. Yeah.
So, for the first major motion picture Star Wars in that long, for it not to make $1 billion is sad. It just tells you the state of that franchise. Well, hopefully that wakes Disney up.
Well, Favreau has kind of confessed that that season 4 is written for The Mandalorian, and they canceled it because nobody liked season 3. So really, all they did was take scripts and put them together to make this movie. And even Red Letter Media pointed out the ending of each episode in the movie. They're like, oh yeah, this happens. They could have just faded out and faded back in, and then this would be episode 2, and then this would be episode 3. And he goes, that's what it feels like. It just feels like a 2-hour, like somebody did a compilation of episodes and put them together. Plus, Pedro Pascal is barely in the movie. It's two
fuck Pedro Pascal anyways. People are tired of that ass fuck.
Oh, yeah. I totally think so. But you probably got a shitload of money, and it's two stunt guys who played Mando through the entire film, and then he only played it when the helmet came off. Yeah. So, it's no.
Yeah. Antonis coming through the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, Antonis. You rock. How you doing? Oh, I love that thumbnail, that Phantasm thumbnail. Speaking of Reggie Bannister right there. Very good stuff, Antonis. How you doing? Sadly, no, he's pricey. What was that comment? And
Black Sabbath.
Okay. Yeah, that sucks. But you're talking about getting Ozzy's autograph. I was so frustrated. The idea that Ozzy was going to be $750, and then come to find out when people got there, they were able to kind of bypass that. They loosened the rules, and then you could have got Ozzy, autograph for like $300. Fuck me, man. If I would have known that, I would have 100% been there and got this thing signed. But I wasn't doing the $750 thing, and sadly now that's not an option. So, bummer. Yeah. Are you seeing Scary Movie opening night? I'm not sure about opening night, NG, but I will see it opening weekend.
Yeah.
Disclosure Day. Are you excited for Disclosure Day, John?
Yeah. I don't think I'll see it in the theater though, unless it's getting like, great reviews. But I'll definitely watch it. If not theater, I'm streaming.
The first Spielberg movie in a while now, right? I don't remember what they said his last one was, but I'm trying to find Disclosure Day here to bring it up. Come on. IMDb is being a dickhead right now. So, but it's coming out. It's 2 hours and 25 minutes, which isn't ridiculous for like a big budget movie nowadays. Starring Emily Blunt and other people I don't fucking know. But I have a serious problem with this movie. Every time the trailer comes on in the theater, and I've seen the trailer now like 3 or 4 times in the theater for other movies, that noise, that whatever I don't know if they're the aliens or whatever that are doing this noise, I fucking hate that noise. It makes me want to just turn and punch the person sitting next to me. I hate that fucking noise. That's like a tick. It's one of those ticks. There's just something, and Snoop Doggy Dogg made a fucking song where he goes, fuck you, Snoop. You lost me as a fan when you made that fucking song. That's a noise that little fucking 4-year-old kids make, and you want to kick them in the face for doing it.
But isn't that more of like Aborigines and stuff like that do that?
I don't give a fuck what it is. The noise pisses me off. It gets under my skin. It gets under my skin. That noise frustrates me and makes me want to hurt people. So I don't think I'll watch it just because that
Wow.
noise.
Next time that we go out into a public place, I'm going to have that recording and I'm going to play it next to you. So
you
that
will be the one I
list
punch.
it.
Then. You will be the
you'll
one I
start punching everybody. You'll start kicking
No,
everybody.
it'll just be you. It'll be your fault. So it'll be you. You will be the.
It can't be my fault.
You're
How is
playing
it my fault?
because you fucking played it.
It would be the recording's fault.
No, the recording would be the villain. You would be the instigator. So, but no, I don't like that noise at all. But it says if you found out we weren't alone, if someone showed you, proved it to you, would that frighten you? I don't. Yeah. If we found out that there were aliens here living amongst us, would it frighten me? No, because if they wanted us dead, we would have already been dead. So I don't think it would frighten me to answer the question posed in their description. But if aliens showed up Independence Day style, that would scare the fuck out of me because they could kill us. Because if they have the technology to get here, they have the technology.
Pleasure.
Man, look at that. Aliens. The Area 51. They're listening to me now. They're going, he's talking about the fucking aliens. Make him sneeze. So I don't know. I don't think it. The first time I saw the trailer, I went, ooh, I hate that fucking noise, but the movie sounds interesting. Seeing the trailer a couple times, I don't give a fuck about the movie. I like Spielberg, but I don't give a fuck. Have you seen the trailer, John? And what are your thoughts?
I've seen the trailer way too many times. I like that Spielberg is going back to aliens, because we had Close Encounters in E.T. But I don't know if I really care that much. And I am definitely somebody who needs proof. I need to see things. I don't believe in things that don't
to answer
exist.
The question.
Yeah. So, but these days, unless it's standing right in front of me, somebody can show me a video and I'm still going to say it's probably AI generated. I mean, if you can have Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt fighting on top of a building and it looks just like them, then why can't you go, oh, here's aliens walking around. This is real. And no, so I'm not going to believe in.
That's not the question. The question is not will you believe. The question is if it was proven to you that there are aliens. Hypothetically, if they came down and flew in on their spaceship and there was undeniable evidence that an alien was here, Hillary Clinton unzipped her skin and we got to see the lizard inside. If that was irrefutable proof and we knew that, the question is, would that scare you?
I don't know. I think because Hillary being a reptile would be from inside the earth. That's where the reptiles come from, or from in the earth. If it was an alien that came down and it was proven that this is an alien from outer space, I would probably laugh because all the religious people would be wrong. Yes. Because the idea is that God created us to be a unique thing. We are the only thing like this. And that makes us unique in everywhere. So if you had an alien pop down and then be like, oh, hey, I'm an alien, I'm from blah, 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 that would mean we're not unique.
Yeah.
And so there is no God. There shouldn't be any religion or anything.
The movie with the funny little alien, was it Seth Rogen or whatever, where they went to Area
Paul?
50? Paul, thank you.
Yeah.
When she starts talking about God and he's like, oh, fucking not this again, or whatever he said. That very funny. So it looks like the last couple things that Spielberg has directed was the Fablemans, hashtag what the fuck is that?
That's the movie about his life as a kid.
Okay, that's why I didn't watch that. Marcus Mumford Cannibal. A music video he directed. And before that, West Side he directed that West Side Story.
Yes, that is the one with our girl Rachel Zegler.
Yeah. It's Spielberg's fault that Rachel Zegler's a star. Fuck you, Spielberg.
It actually is. He picked her out of YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I
He was
know.
a YouTube contestant.
He did Ready Player One, which I don't give two fucks about.
No, don't
The
care.
last thing he did that I cared for was Bridge of Spies. That was a phenomenal movie. Very much enjoyed that. Have you seen that one? I believe it's Tom Hanks and it's like World War II.
No,
Or Cold War. During the Cold War, an American lawyer is recruited to defend an arrested Soviet spy in court and then help the CIA facilitate an exchange of the spy. Great movie.
I turned off Ready Player One because I just didn't care. So I did watch Lincoln, just because I've heard that it is probably one of the most like authentic movies about somebody's life, that it's actually looked at as, as something that could have happened, that they did the research. Before that, I guess Indiana Jones and the War of the Worlds. He's very hit and miss with me now.
Yeah. Looking back, because for me, before Bridge of Spies, I'm going back to Indiana Jones in 2008. That is the last thing that I've given a fuck from him. So, but hey, more power to him. You're Steven Spielberg. Do whatever the fuck you want to do, right?
Sure.
We would all love to have that type of clout. It sounds like Cinestalker doing a food review. Let's see. The more I think about it after seeing Obsession today, it was a good movie, but not that scary. Are people scared too easily by movies now? I don't think, NG, personally, I don't think it needed to be that scary in a sense of like a slasher movie where you're on the edge of your seat going, oh my God, oh my God. More, it was just an intense, how fucking crazy is this girl gonna get? So it was scary in a sense for the guy, that was she gonna take it too far and actually hurt him and herself? But I don't know. I don't think it was the scariest. It was just intense, and I thought it was very unique. What do you think, John? Was it scary?
I don't think I think people can relate to it in one way or another. Maybe not to that extent.
That makes it scary when you can really relate to him. I can't relate to being chased around by Jason Voorhees. I can't relate to having a doll, a little doll try and kill me. I can relate to Crazy Girlfriend. So maybe you're onto something there. Yeah.
Maybe that. Yeah.
So Disclosure Day next week. Ugh. Man, I wish it didn't have that fucking noise in it. I'd go see it, but I don't think
I don't like it's called Disclosure Day. It sounds way too much like Independence Day. Maybe just disclosure, but it's something else.
See, and I kind of thought like disclosure might have worked but it will. I mean, who knows? When you see the movie, maybe it will, because it sounds like this is the day, Disclosure Day, and how the ripples of everybody knowing, okay, aliens are real. But I mean, like, come on, let's just be real for a minute here. Whether aliens walk and talk and look like us, or whether aliens are little microbes, or whether aliens are way more advanced than us, aliens, they might breathe methane. They might, drink, acid. Who knows? They don't have to have air, water, to be alive. So we may not even recognize aliens if they were alive. But when you think, I was watching the new Neil deGrasse Tyson Star Talk podcast, which is great. And oh no, I take it back. It wasn't him. I associate her with him all the time. It was Joe Rogan's podcast, and he had one of the girls that was always on those shows on like Discovery Channel or not sci-fi, National Geographic or whatever. Then they're talking about outer space. She's one of these doctors. It's like a astrophysicist or biologist or something. But they were talking about if the sun was as big as the tip of a pen, if our sun was that big, the Milky Way galaxy would be as wide as the planet Earth. That's how fucking big the Milky Way galaxy is. It wouldn't be as wide as you like, this country or your room or the state or whatever. It would have the circumference of the Earth if our sun was the tip of a pen. That's fucking crazy. And then to think that there are trillions of galaxies, that's fucking nuts. To think how many stars and planets and everything are out there, and to sit here and go, we're the only ones. No, I don't fucking buy it for a minute. Not for a minute. So that's my rant. I'm done. John, would you like to rant on if we're alone or not a little more?
It depends on what you mean by alone. I can believe that there's some sort of life on a planet that's an amoeba or something like that. Do I think that there's anything that looks like us or an animal? No, not at all. No. Mm-mm.
In all the trillions and billions of stars and planets and everything out there throughout the entire universe, you don't think there's any other like living creatures aside from maybe like microbes or something?
I'd have to see it.
Yeah, well, and that's where I'm not suggesting that they've been here, but I'm saying there's too many.
I mean, it's possible.
If
sure,
it happened here, it can happen somewhere else, right? The odds of it happening here,
unless you go under the we're unique.
Well, yeah, no, and that's why I'm not arguing religion or whatever. I'm just saying, if you take the numbers and say, what are the odds that we came into existence? The odds of the things that had to happen to make us exist, there's more than enough stars and planets and galaxies out there to justify those odds happening more than once.
So, well, and they say that Mars did have water on it, which means within the water would probably be life.
Well, technically, Mars does have water. It's just ice right now.
Okay,
but Mars had running water at one point.
Okay, then it probably had life in it. So I mean, sure, I would say that I don't believe aliens have ever visited our planet. If they did, they would destroy us. They would just be like, "Oh hell no."
We need to start this one over, right?
Yeah, and they would just nuke the planet, and there's or if they did, and then they, we got the whole Roswell thing. I don't think that they would just leave and just be like, "Oh well." No, they'd be like, "Hey, they Tony and Bob crashed, and now they're doing experiments. Let's get some ships back here and blow the crap out of this place." So, I mean, I like to think, the aliens from The Simpsons, the ones that have the tentacles. They're always watching Earth. That's what I think aliens, if there are aliens, that's what they're doing. They're just watching and laughing. They're just like, these people are such idiots. They're so dumb.
Here comes a tangent. Simpsons has been on now, what, 30 years or something like that, right?
Long ass, yeah.
I've probably seen 3 episodes.
Oh, wow.
Not a fan at all. South Park has made me laugh at times. I don't need to watch it. Family Guy has made me laugh at times. Simpsons has never got me. But I know a lot of people love them. So that's great. It's just not been for me. I do like donuts though. I do love a good donut.
Got it. I agree.
Fuck, we're 2 hours in and we have not even started a tier list. Are you ready to talk about tiers, John?
Yes.
Are we going to shed tiers? Well, yeah. Well, and I do know. I just saw that we were at 2 hours, and I know it's going to be your bedtime before too long. So,
yeah. So let me get.
So John's going to pull up the tier list. So if you don't recall, John and I finished the tier list for our horror movie franchises, and we went pretty deep in it to the point where we got to like some very obscure franchises that we like, some of us had not even seen one movie from. So we decided to call it and end that tier list. And now we're moving on to this tier list right here. And that is the top 100 horror movies as chosen by Fangoria readers. And we're going to do 2 rows a week, starting with the top 2 rows, and then next week we'll do row 3 and 4. So this week, Halloween and Evil Dead, those 2 rows right there. We're going to be discussing those movies and where we think they grade. And we're not going to be ranking them 1 to 100. That's just too hard to do. But we're going to grade these movies and go, okay, is this movie deserving of being on here? And I think, John, if I was to say to you, there are 100 horror movies in existence that deserve to be an S grade, which S is the best, superior than A, B, C, D, F. Like your report card from school. If I was to say to you, there are 100 movies that could be an S in existence, do you think that's a fair statement?
Just in general?
Not
going off the list.
100, yeah. Just
I could say you could get it because I already disagree with stuff on that list. So
the thought is, if you're going to put 100 greatest horror movies of all time on a list, in my mind, they should all be S's. Maybe some are like A's, like an A plus, but not quite an S. But there should be no fucking B's, C's, or D's. I don't think any of these will have an F. Well, I know 2 I'll give an F, but nobody is going to agree with me. But I think these should all be graded very highly. So it's going to be interesting to see if we agree on these and where they fall as far as their letter grade. So let me remove this. Without further ado, John, are you ready with the tier list? Or you still haven't shared it to me yet? Whenever you're
I
ready
am
there.
got it here. Tier list. Okay.
Metal Greg says, now let's add to the point with all the galaxies that have planets that are light years away that are similar to Earth. There gotta be species that are way more advanced. See, in Metal Greg, that's where but who knows? But I kind of feel like
but that's what I'm thinking. If there's aliens that are more advanced that can fly to our planet, they would just kill us. That's it. Yeah. Or they would use us for food, or they would hunt us, or we would be so savage in their minds. Yeah. They've been to the moon. Really?
Yeah.
That's it. And
well, but like in Star Trek, where they would, first contact, they're not going to make contact with us until we've developed warp drive and we can actually be social with the aliens. We could do shows and just talk about hypotheses of if aliens existed and whatever. But I just feel like, because the idea that there are galaxies that have stars that are billions of years older than ours, that gives these other potential alien races many, many, many more, maybe possibly millions of years advanced technology than we have. Think about where we've come in the last 150 years with technology. Give us 1 billion years if we don't destroy ourselves. Oh my God, we should be flying star to star. But who knows? And anyways, I will deviate from that line of thought now to say Brent Mania, hello. And Simpsons going on almost 40 years. Fucking crazy. But so that we can get to this now, I was just using that topic there to continue thoughts while John was prepping the list here. So there it is. There's our list. John, that was my drum roll.
Okay, so the first one that is on this list, let me just make sure I'm correct on that. Yeah, is Halloween. So the original Halloween. Now, this is the movie. Our last tier list was the whole franchise. This is just the movie.
Just the 1978 Halloween.
Yeah. Where would that go? According to this list, everything should be S. Like you said.
That's what I do feel like as many times as I've seen it now, I do feel like it's an S. I am perfectly content giving this an S.
And why is that?
It's maybe not the first to do what it did, but it's very pioneering. The acting is great for the time. The effects are great. There's good suspense. It merited an entire franchise after it. It has a massive fan base. It created one of the most iconic serial killers in cinematic history. There's so many things that have come because of this movie. That is why it deserves an S.
So what about its faults? What about continuity errors, like smoke being blown on the screen, or bad storytelling, or weird dialogue? Does
Well,
any of that
what's
play in
your
there?
definition of bad storytelling? That's I think, object, you like, you know, you, eh, what I'm trying to say is, are you saying it's a bad story?
No, I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm just throwing stuff
Oh,
out there. So,
yeah.
this is also for the
This
chat too. So I'm just,
Sure. No, and I'm going to get to their thoughts here in just a second. This smoke being blown in front of the camera, you're talking essentially at the time, even a low budget movie, even though whatever the budget was, couple $1 million, it was still a low budget movie for the time. That's a mistake that I would have never, ever know. I'd seen this movie at least 10 times before I ever learned that, and never once noticed it until I heard that from John Carpenter saying about the smoke. So I don't have an issue with that. It takes place on Halloween. Could we call it something else? Yeah, but it takes place on Halloween, and it has it has a fucking convention for it that many people love it. There's so many things that have started because of this movie. It has to be an S. It's just, I don't know. I think most horror movie fans in general could just watch it over and over and over again.
okay. All right. As it goes. And if I completely disagree with you, I will let you know.
Okay.
So
So Justin Smith says it's an S. Magnetic Cone says an A. If you're going to give us anything less than an S, let us know why, if you would. A quick little thought. Elika says S. And Tona says B. Okay, interesting.
Well, that's interesting.
Metal Greg and Tonus is younger, and he likes a lot of newer movies. He isn't the biggest fan of the classics. Metal Greg says S. Wicked Network says S. And Brentamania again saying hello to Cinestalker. 37 years for Simpsons. Crazy. Okay, what is next?
Okay, so the next one on the list would be John Carpenter's The Thing.
John Carpenter with back-to-back pictures on the list?
Yeah, I'm going off the poster.
Yeah.
For me,
yeah.
This is an S. Instantly an S. An absolute S.
This is one of those movies where John Carpenter did something so brilliant, whether it was intentional or not. He did something so brilliant with this movie that other franchises or entities have done, because the smartest thing about this movie is that when you walked out of the theater, you could debate who was the killer, what was the killer, what was going on. And to this day, people still talk about or debate who was the killer, what was the killer. Just like at the end of The Sopranos, did Tony Soprano die? Was he killed or not? It's pretty definitive that Tony Soprano was killed, but people debate it, and they still talk about it to this day. The Thing being fucking 40 years old, or however old it is now, over that, it's still talked about to this day. What was the killer? Who was the killer? And that genius alone, much less being in the snow and Kurt Russell and everything else, being in such a shitty environment and having to just struggle to survive, to live in that environment, much less deal with a thing trying to kill you, is great. So I do agree. An S. Antona says A. Elika says S. Justin says S. The Thing, never saw it. That's what's wrong with me. Brentomania, yes, you need to get off your tuchus and get with the program and see The Thing. You definitely need to see it. Don't worry about remakes or follow-ups or whatever. Some of them, whatever, rip-offs, spin-offs, any of that stuff. But the original The Thing is a must. Magneticone says it's an S. Metal Greg says if it wasn't for The Thing from Another World in the 50s, John Carpenter's The Thing primarily would not have been made. JC's The Thing is an S. So
the more that I think about it, and I could almost move Halloween to an A, but I could leave it as an S also. In comparison to The Thing, I think The Thing is superior. So I think even
personally disagree. I like Halloween better than The Thing, but I understand. I do know that there's going to be a lot of people that would agree with you on that. But I think you just look like The Thing. I mean, you just think about what do we have now? 9 Halloween movies,
and for the most part, they're almost all bad.
But they keep getting made. It would have never
true.
started if it wasn't for that. So to me, that justifies, just like the conversation about The Thing justifies the S. What Halloween has started and spun off into justifies the S. But I understand your argument there.
Okay, so then the next one is The Exorcist, the original Exorcist.
And this is clearly an S because it is constantly debated whether it is the greatest horror movie of all time. I don't know that I think it's the greatest of all time. It is definitely in the conversation, and it's a fucking phenomenal movie, especially for the time that it came out, being in the 70s. You're coming out of the 60s and 50s where horror was more just thrillers and tense and not bloody, gory, violent, and all that. So you still have a lot of that influence on The Exorcist, where it's not this slasher with blood being thrown everywhere, but it's fucking intense, man. It is intense. And who doesn't love a good religious horror movie? And you think of how many exorcism movies are in existence because of that. There would have been somebody else would have made an exorcist movie, but to me that is an easy yes, a much easier yes than either The Thing or Halloween. John?
So I would say reason why I'm not having a problem with Halloween being here is because it was ripped off so much. Like everybody ripped this thing off. The Thing, really not so much. I mean, yeah, if you have,
because you don't know you don't really know what the killer is. What do you go make?
I've seen a lot of good movies where they're up in the snow and there's some creature up there, but they've made a lot more from this. Exorcist, I would say, would be an S because it's not just a good movie, but the making of it is history. And the amount of ripoffs that came from this are kind of like Halloween, where, I mean, you had Italian ripoffs, you had Mexican ripoffs, you had, American ripoffs. So it's I would almost kind of do this. Like these two should almost go together because of how much influence they have had.
Yeah.
Even though I do think The Thing is one of the greatest movies ever made, I would put it actually over these two. The influence of these is massive.
Yeah. Yeah. Elika says A-. Part 3 is better.
People will argue.
I very much love Part 3. But I like Part 2 as well. I know the whole history of Part 2, and and the nightmare that it was. And it's definitely not on the level of the first one. And 3 is fucking great. If 3 was made before the first one, I would be on board with you. But because of the first one being the first one that gave us part 3, that's where I have to put the first one as an S. Metal God says S. Justin says S. Metal Greg says S. So I think we're all in agreement aside from Elika, but Elika still would be an A. So it's still a very fair score.
Okay. The next one is the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
And to me, if I'm gonna argue what is the greatest horror movie of all time, this would be the one I'd pick to start my argument, because it's a group full of kids that we love. We've identified that, they kind of bicker with each other a little bit. They're not perfect. We got a dude in a wheelchair. We got different things going on. They're just going out to have fun. And then we meet this fucked up family that just wants to kill them and fucking eat them. And not only just kill them, but they want to kill them to fucking eat them. Come on. This movie is, imagine, and maybe Jeff, maybe some folks could remember seeing this, like in the theater. Maybe Gail, I don't know. The original Texas Chainsaw might have even been, it might have been, too old for them to see in a theater. But this movie right here, and you want to talk about spawning spinoffs and ripoffs and everything else, fuck, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's the GOAT. It's just the GOAT. I refuse to accept anything less than an S. John?
Well, looks like everybody kind of agrees with you. It could go here.
It definitely has just as much ripoffs, if not more, than Halloween or The Exorcist. So many fucking ripoffs of that movie.
My problem, and it's not really with the film itself, it's what came after it, is this Halloween, at least in the franchise that it is, the story continued. Even if there were bad movies, it still continued. Exorcist, it still continued. This just died. It's part 2 follows it, part 3 follows it, but
we're only talking about this movie though.
Right. But if we're talking about movies that influence other stuff, it does influence, so I can leave it here. I just think as far as an influence, let's say, on itself, it died. There's just really nothing. It's just the same movie repeated over and over and over again. But it has influence, so I would say S. Sure. A, S or A, S or A. But but S is fine.
Texas Chainsaw, I on that list right there, Texas Chainsaw is by far, not even questionable, the best out of those 4. It's not even close.
So you're saying it should go like right there.
Yeah, we're not necessarily worried about what specific order they're in or anything. Because if we were going to do that, for me, if we're going to put these in order, these 4, I would flip-flop Halloween and The Exorcist. And then, if you move that over, that's my order right there.
Okay, that's fine.
So let's see. Justin says S. Magnetic Cone, House of G-Fam, Antonis, all say S. Injustice watched 2 documentaries based on the film Dinner with Leatherface and Chainsaw Reactions. It's an S. Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Agree. Okay.
Next one would be the original Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah. I know people are going to fucking hate my guts, but this is the first one. Freddy Krueger as a fucking character is cool, but he just fucking doesn't do it for me. The Dream thing being the first movie is unique. I just am not the biggest fan. I just don't give a fuck. I've tried. I've still not gotten through all of. No, I have. I've watched them all except for Freddy versus Jason. I don't think I've seen that. But it was a struggle to get through the franchise. But we're talking about the first one. I think a lot of people argue the first one's not even the best in the franchise. Right?
I would agree with that. Yeah.
So I don't think this can be an S. I think it's an A. I cannot put that movie with those other four up there. I can't put it shoulder to shoulder with those. But I know a lot of people will, but just not me. I would be at an A with that movie.
I would agree with that because I think part 4 is better. I think New Nightmare is better. But of course, without Nightmare on Elm Street, we wouldn't have Scream. So
no, you're very true. Very
or
true.
At least that version of Scream. They might have gone to somebody else if Craven wasn't here,
Yeah.
But still, it's so I could see that.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
A, it's my least favorite. It says Magnetic Cone. Metal God, A. House of G-Fam, A. Nightmare on Elm Street. Elika says A. Metal Greg says A. And Metal God says first one is the best one. Yeah, for me, I would agree the first one is the best one because it's the pioneering one. It's the first time we ever brought a nightmare into reality. So I agree that it's the best in the franchise for me, but I know a lot of people don't. Wicked Network is not a fan of New Nightmare at all.
You have the right to your opinion. I have my opinion.
Miranda writes,
your opinion is your opinion and you're right to it, even though my opinion is correct.
There you go. Okay. And Justin agrees. New Nightmare is boring.
Without New Nightmare, we definitely wouldn't have Scream. New Nightmare is Scream before Scream.
There you go. We're not debating other movies though now. John, what is next on our list?
The original Alien.
Yeah. Oh.
Alien.
This movie, it's interesting because it's sci-fi, it's horror, it's both. The franchise went full sci-fi essentially after this one. So it's interesting that it's considered, one of the greatest horror movies ever. But I agree. I do agree. It's definitely an S. But it might not be the best in the franchise. Aliens might be I would entertain an argument that Aliens is better. It would be only those two in the franchise that you could argue. The rest are subpar to these two. But even if it's not the best in the franchise, doesn't mean it's not an S. This is one of those times where I think Alien and Aliens would both be S's in my opinion. So I would say S.
I agree that it is S for different reasons. I think it's one of the best in the franchise. It's one of the few times where I think the original may not be the best, but it is definitely one that I could sit down and watch. I used to just have it play in the background. I would be cleaning the house or working on a script or whatever it is, and it would just be playing. Yeah. It's just, I absolutely love this film. It's I can't really see anything wrong with it. No bad effects, no bad writing. It's one of those. To me, it's like The Thing. It's groundbreaking. It's up there. Surprised The Thing really never had sequels or whatever it is. I mean, I know it had the prequel, but I love Alien. I think it's great. The franchise is one of my favorites.
And the pioneering factor is definitely huge because you're now putting a horror movie in space on a ship where you can't just outrun it. And if you lose the integrity of the ship, everybody dies. So those factors in a horror movie add a new layer that we had not really seen before on that scale. I know there's been other like sci-fi horror movies before then, but not done this well. So definitely an S.
Well, yeah, and Dan O'Bannon, who wrote Dark Star with John Carpenter, the bouncing ball, the beach ball that's in that is the basis for Alien. And that's where he said, I'm going to take this and make a big budget movie. Of course, there's Planet of the Vampires, which the film directly rips off, and Terror from Beyond Space is also what it ripped off. Those two films. But it's a great haunted house movie. It's great seeing, Sigourney Weaver in there, for the first time, really. I mean, and nothing. This is the time period where everybody is just like, fuck it. We're all going to smoke. We're all going to eat meat. We're all, it's that time, granted this was made in the 70s that it takes place in the future, but they're truckers. Yeah. So they don't give a shit. They're just going to sit around drinking beer all day. They don't care. The guy isn't looking at the girl and going like, oh, nice tits or something to be an asshole like they are today. Yeah. They're all kind of equal. And so they could party together and it would be fine. And that's one thing I like about it is not one person on this ship is a dick. Yeah. It's nice. I liked it. Yeah. I think it's a great movie.
And you referenced Sigourney Weaver. You mean the Sigourney Weaver from Mandalorian and Grogu? That Sigourney Weaver?
Hold on. Yes. That one.
Okay, just making sure. Magnetic Cone says Alien is an A. Interesting. Antona says S. Metal God S. Wiki Network A. Interesting. Elika B. Wow.
Whoa.
Not an Alien movie guy. Wow. Never a fan of Alien. Always preferred Aliens. Okay. A lot of people agree with you. But I don't think that means it's not still an S. My opinion. House of G Fam says A. I would put Alien as an S because it's the first time you see a woman as a hero survivor in this type of film. Well, only if you disregard what that one bimbo said in that award show before she was proved wrong.
Hunger Games chick saying that she's the first action, female star.
Yeah. And forgot about the 30 women that came before me.
Yeah.
Alien and Aliens, both S tier. One's survival horror, second is action movie. Agreed on both accounts.
Yeah. So, Aliens is much more of an action movie than a sci-fi movie. Okay, so moving along here. All right.
It's clearly an S. Just go ahead and put it on up there.
Nope.
So the next movie on the list is The Shining. So we're talking about this movie. We're not talking about Stanley Kubrick's feud with the clown that wrote the movie. We're not talking about the other attempt at remaking it in a mini series or anything else. We're talking about a movie that you take the father of a family who is supposed to be the protector of the wife and the child. You take that guy and now you make him their predator, the guy who's out to kill them, the guy who they start losing trust in. So many different things are happening that are showing signs. Is he crazy? Is he possessed? Is he hearing voices? Are there ghosts? What is going on? And trying to figure this out as you watch through the movie. The fear in Shelley Duvall's eyes and just her screams when he's breaking that door down with the axe and stuff are just fucking phenomenal. The chase in the snow, him dying frozen in the snow. Oh, this is so fucking good. There's a reason this is what I have two favorite movies of all time. One day I'll pick one day I'll pick the other. This is one of them. The Shining is a movie that even like my wife's come home and she's like, "Oh, you're watching Shining again?" Like I have seen that movie probably 50 times.
Maybe she should be scared.
and right. And I could watch it again right now. Back to back. It's so fucking good. So it's easily on that list, I say Texas Chainsaw is the greatest like horror movie. It's the greatest in its like slasher genre. If you want to argue, is it the greatest horror movie of all time? Like I said, it's what I'm going to start with. But as far as a psychological thriller, there is no question this is the best one ever done. So it has to be an S. Give us your reasons why it wouldn't be, John, because I see you chomping at the bit.
Okay, I'm only going off the movie, nothing else, only the movie. So I think it's beautifully directed. It's beautifully shot. I think Jack Nicholson is horribly casted. I think that he's crazy at the beginning, he's crazy in the middle, and he's crazy at the end. There is no development with him as far as him being a loving dad at the beginning, and then going crazy. Shelley Duvall is ugly as sin, and I don't like looking at her for 2 hours. She is not good looking at all. And it's I think it's an A. I don't think that it's an S. I don't think that it's even Kubrick's best movie. So I just don't. My biggest problem with the film is Jack Nicholson. He's just, like a lot of people will say, like with Batman, with Jack Nicholson, like, oh, of course you're going to hire the crazy guy to play the Joker because that's what Jack Nicholson does. The crazy guy.
But so you're saying at the beginning of the movie, he was crazy. At the beginning of the movie, he wasn't crazy. He was an alcoholic who abused his child. So he went from being an asshole to a crazy asshole. So you have to decipher that. And that's easily discernible for me. He's a alcoholic who is having trouble dealing with the fact that he can't drink. It's pulling at him. It's an issue for him. And he made a mistake out of frustration in a drunken rage, hurt his child. So he goes from being an asshole to crazy. So I think because at the beginning of the movie, he is all there in reality. By the end of the movie, he's not there in reality. He's living in a different reality.
I think that they needed to hire somebody that was looked at as an all-American great guy. Everybody loves him. And then he plays this role and it's like, holy shit. You look at this and it's like, oh, that's the guy from One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest because he's crazy.
Yeah.
So that's what they do with some of these movies is they hire these actors that are considered to be dads, all-American dads, and then you put them in these films and you're like, holy shit, that's the guy that played the really nice dad in this movie and now he's crazy.
John Lithgow.
John Lithgow is a perfect example of that. Yeah.
But I disagree with you in the sense on this film that, and like House of G-Fam says, he lost his job. His life was going to shit. This guy, recovering alcoholic, beat his child, broke his child's arm, and lost his job. And he had a fucking annoying wife. She wasn't supposed to be the perfect trophy wife. She was supposed to be kind of annoying. You don't want what you would consider like a bombshell trophy wife. You want an average woman. You don't, pick your 70s, bombshell back there. You don't want that. So I love the casting.
I would like to just have somebody and she's a good actress. I have nothing against her, but I just think it's for 2 hours, she's difficult to look at. I would rather have somebody who's not a bombshell, but just a little more easy on the eyes.
Yeah. I disagree.
And Nicholson is a great actor, but I think they picked obviously, Oh, well, who do we get? Oh, that guy from Cuckoo's Nest. It's too like, as an example, Henry Fonda played the villain in one movie, and that was Once Upon a Time in the West. It is the best role he's ever done because he's only played good guys throughout his entire career. He played the one bad guy, and it is brilliant. Nicholson, crazy. crazy. It just,
That doesn't mean it's a bad thing. I understand your argument, but I don't think that's a bad thing. You know, I mean, we could look at based on your argument, every Jason Statham movie fucking sucks because he's the same guy in every single movie. So that means they all suck.
no, because I'm not saying that The Shining sucks. I'm just saying that I think that he's miscast. Statham he knows what he's playing. We know what he's playing, and we like him playing the same character over and over and over again. So he does that, and he does it well. Nicholson does play crazy well. I just would have liked a different actor in this. You know, he's great in Chinatown. He's great in many movies. He's brilliant.
The Shining would, if it was anyone other than Jack Nicholson, we wouldn't be talking about it right now. It wouldn't be on the list. Yeah.
Because you've
I'm
already
just saying, nobody could have stood in his shoes. That's the reason why. Not that the movie's not good. Nobody could have stood in Jack Nicholson's shoes. There's nobody that could have performed that role like he did.
So you've already said that you already have a couple films that are F, which means that we are going to have to do a little bit of negotiating here. Because I can't let you have everything you want, and then I get the films that I like in F.
Maybe we need to do 2-tier lists because this is an S. There's no let's take a look at the everybody else is saying here. Magnetic Code says Shining was boring. It's a B. I don't know that most of us would agree that it's boring. But Justin Smith says S. Antona says S. Metal God says S. House of GFam says S. Metal Greg says S. Antonis loves the Shining theme song, and Elika says, "Wow, tell us how you really feel." That you have one B and everybody else is S, and I am S. Are you going to refuse to put this as an S?
Okay, I'll put it as an S, but then I am going to argue other movies then.
Well,
I think it's here, but which is not bad. It's still an A. But
let's not argue to argue. Let's not be like counterpoint just to be a dick. Let's argue for a movie for its value. We'll
right.
argue when we get there.
And to me, the film is an A. It's not an S.
Okay. But I'm saying, I don't want to worry about movies 5 or 6 movies from now. At this point, we're just talking The Shining right now.
Okay.
When we get to those movies, we'll talk about them.
Okay. I just don't want to hear. I absolutely refuse to not have this movie as an F.
Oh no, I that was a joke. I was joking about that.
Okay.
I am allowed to think it's an F and understand that everybody else likes it.
Okay. So the next one would be Scream, the original Scream.
This is a tough one. Is it, in my opinion, it's the best in the franchise. I think a lot of people think like part 4 might be the best in the franchise. Scream, it's very good. The idea, I don't know of, maybe there are others out there, movies that were like based off other horror movies, like kind of, like having in horror movies, they do this and this. So you have to, having the rules and stuff. It's a great fucking movie. I love it. One of my favorite horror movie franchises. Is it an S though? Is it? I absolutely love it. I don't really have anything negative to say about the film, but when I think of Scream, do I go, it's on the same list as The Exorcist and Halloween and The Thing and Aliens? I don't know that it is. So we're definitely going to need your thoughts, John, and some of the viewers' thoughts here.
I think there's better. I think Scream 2 is better. I think Scream 4 is better. I know that it started the whole franchise and all that stuff, but I think it's an A.
Yeah.
If you asked me,
kind of with
hey,
you.
Hey, John, what Scream movie? We're just looking at the Scream films. what do you want to watch? I would say part 4.
Yeah.
Well, I've seen part 4. Okay, part 2. Well, I've seen part 2. I might even go for one of the other ones before I go for the first one.
Yeah.
But I think it's still a great movie. I would say A.
Yeah. So let's see. Elika says Scream is a S. Metal God says A. Magnetic Cone says A. Metal Greg says A. Scream Save Slashers. A. That's a good kind. You know what, Justin? That's a very good point. Is that Scream is kind of known as being that movie that kept slashers or revitalized slasher films. So it does deserve credit for that. House of G Fam says B. Look how many copycats Scream. I mean, there's some, but I don't think Scream copycats are on the level of Exorcist or Halloween or Texas Chainsaw. Brent Mania agrees with you, John. And Scream 3 soundtrack. Now, the soundtrack for Scream 3, you can argue, is the best, but as far as the movie, Scream 3 is definitely not the best in that franchise. And Wicked Network says A. I think we can easily just plug this one in at an A. I think we're all comfortable with that, aside from maybe Elika. But I think it fits right there perfectly.
So interesting that John Carpenter has 2 S, but the 2 Wes Craven are A.
Yeah. Well, and it's so again, I don't want, for me, I'm not going to allow my bias of favorite directors or anything or favorite authors impact my decision on the movie. I'm just talking about the movie itself. And so, as a standalone by itself, not comparing it to anything else, I think it's good. It's very good. It's just not the best I've ever seen. So, but that is interesting. It is interesting. I mean, if John Carpenter is definitely winning this race right now.
Yeah, if we're going director wise.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next one is, and for me, this is, I'll just say it. It's an S. Night of Living Dead, the original Night of Living Dead.
Oh yeah, that's clearly an S. It's such a pioneering film that, again, if you want to talk about how well it was received as itself, it's not about what else came with it. It's what it inspired because of the love for it. And so what that movie did, definitely, I think, I would question somebody's horror fandom if they didn't want to put that as an S.
And what do the chat people say?
S. The 3 that have chimed in so far have said S. Yeah. DG says Scream at least a B, really B+ or A-. So DG, again, they're with us with not giving Scream an S. But I agree with you on this. Night of Living Dead is an S.
Okay, so this is the first one that we were all anonymous, that we're all in agreement on.
Well, between us and all everybody that's chimed in, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so the one after this, so this will finish off the first section of the poster is Jaws.
Yeah. If you would have asked me this a year ago or so, I would have struggled. But when looking at the film and going, okay, I'm not the biggest creature feature guy, but you're taking a bunch of people on vacation, living their life, having a great time. The sun was shining. It's a beautiful day. Everybody's enjoying the beach.
That's right.
All of those things. And then not only do you have a scary creature, but you have an asshole like mayor guy who doesn't want to lose the revenue and everything and everybody having a good time. So he's willing to put people's lives in danger. So really you have 2 villains in this movie. And that's, the mayor and the shark. That, like, double-edged sword right there. may not have been unique. I mean,
No, it actually was. This was the very first film to do. We need to keep blank open.
Okay.
Yeah. To my knowledge, it all came from Jaws.
Okay. And yeah, because of just the pioneering, bringing creature features to the mainstream, because I mean, we've had creature features since the like 30s or 40s or whatever, but bringing them to the mainstream like this, and the cast, the locations, I mean, yeah, if it was made nowadays, it would probably be digital effects, not even practical.
It'd be Deep Blue
for
Sea.
the most part. But it'd be way better than Deep Blue Sea. Deep Blue Sea's fun, but it's shit compared to Jaws. If you're just talking effects wise, yeah. But it's an easy yes. It's a very easy yes.
And I agree. It is in the top 5 for one of my all-time favorite movies.
Magnetic Cone says S. Wicked Network says B. And C, that's where I would have been a year ago. I would have been at B. But after rewatching and stuff, I'm at an S because of what it is. Is it my favorite movie up there? It's probably, out of the S's, it's probably easily my least favorite of all those. But what it is and what it has inspired, it is irrefutable. Anaconda is an A. Okay, Wicked. House of GFam says S. Jaws S. I'm still afraid of open water because of this movie. Metal Greg S. Man, fucking, it definitely makes you think twice about going in the going in the ocean. That's for sure. So, okay, S. Easy money there.
Okay, so now we start on the second row on the poster. And that would be the original The Evil Dead.
Yeah. That's a great fucking movie, man. It's
a
fun movie.
I would rather watch Evil Dead 2. I might even rather watch Army of Darkness.
Yeah.
I might even want to watch the remake more, as much as I love it.
Just please don't say Evil Dead Rise.
I don't know why you hate Evil Dead Rise. I really don't.
Because it sucks ass.
I don't understand that. I saw today they had the trailer for Evil Dead Burn. And it's just like, fuck, this looks good.
I think it's so funny because of how woke and agenda-driven movies piss you off, but Evil Dead Rise doesn't bother you. It is the wokest movie I've ever seen in my life.
I don't think it's woke at all.
But we're not talking about that. They have a trans daughter. It's a woman playing a boy.
No, it's a guy who is a supporter of trans. He's not trans. I think we've had this discussion before.
Okay, we're not talking about that movie, so we'll let it go. Unsane is S tier, says HC. You are correct about that. My fault. S as in shit. But I agree with you about the sequels to Evil Dead. And even if we're not going to go, okay, I'm not even considering sequels, I'm just looking at this movie alone. I like it because it really brought funny to horror movies. And that's something movies that are pioneering in a sense, where they really do something unique. Evil Dead really does something unique and makes you laugh your fucking ass off. But I don't think that's enough to push it to the A's. I think Evil Dead would be, out of this whole list, would be the second weakest, right above Nightmare on Elm Street. But I would put it right there. I think I would say Scream is better than Evil Dead. And it's, again, not saying it's a bad movie or anything, but I just can't justify, in my mind, it being an S. So I would say A for that.
You are correct.
Okay. Metal God says A or B. House of GFam says is my favorite. S. Elika says A or B, maybe A for the icon. And that's another thing. You're talking, you have Ash, who, yeah, we got Ash versus Evil Dead. We've had that franchise, but I don't think Ash has the
He's not Ash yet.
notoriety.
Oh, and when I said I agree that you're correct, it's about Evil Dead Rises. You are correct. I thought it was just somebody who supported, but the kid is.
Yeah, no, I was not going to argue on that, but no, it's a trans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say that
and-
this is an A.
Okay.
It's not S, because I would rather watch probably any of the other ones than this. It's a slow burn. It takes too long. Ash is a total wimp in this movie. He's not Ash yet. He's just some guy who's afraid of everything. The other boyfriend is more of a man than he is.
Yeah.
So it's a great film, but
I do think that
it's an A.
that Ash being a wimp kind of plays into the comedy aspect of it. But I agree with you. It's definitely an A, not an S.
Okay. All right. So now the next one would be the original Psycho. Psycho.
And it's been a long time since I've watched Psycho. But when did this one come out? Was that
like 66, 65, something like that? Yeah.
Psycho is so fucking good. And what I love about Psycho is when people talk about in horror movies, you can, like the shower scene, we don't need to see the knife penetrating her skin. In fact, it's almost better that we don't, because the visual effects would have never been on par with just seeing the blood splashing on the shower floor.
Oh, it's 1960.
Okay. The crazy fucking mom, and that's again going back like The Shining. This is the dad who's supposed to be protecting the family. Now you have the mom who's, your mom. I some of us I know can understand hating our moms, but having bad moms, some of us can understand that. But it's very pioneering for the time. It is so fucking intense, and I think a lot of it still holds up today because of the fact they chose not to use cheesy practical effects, that they went with just implied horror instead of visual horror. So I feel like it's an S. I will entertain an argument down to an A, but it's either an A or an S. Let's see here. Elika says definitely an S. Metal God says A. Antonis says S. Wicked Network says, is that Evil Dead 2? Is better. Wicked Network is A for Psycho. House of GFM says Psycho is an S or an A. Hitchcock's shower sequence edit was pioneering at the time. Used like 33. Yeah, it's just brilliant. It is. I mean, you think of Hitchcock, you think of Psycho in general. I mean, there might be, mega fans of Hitchcock's that immediately think of something else, but in general society, I think you think Hitchcock, you're thinking Psycho. So for me, I'm an S, but I would, if you wholeheartedly disagree with that, I could swallow an A, John.
Oh, not at all. No, it is an S. When Psycho is the Citizen Kane of slasher movies, without Psycho, that's Janet Leigh. That's Jamie Lee Curtis's mom. So that's why Carpenter, one of the reasons why he wanted, Jamie Lee Curtis there. Also, the whole thing of Drew Barrymore being the instead of being Sidney Prescott was the first kill, was what they did with Janet Leigh. Janet Leigh was a popular actress. Nobody knew that she'd be killed in the first scene. They had no idea that the beginning of the movie she'd be dead. They thought that she'd be out the whole movie, just like Scream. So it's this film has influenced so much, even though there is like Peeping Tom and there's a couple things before before it that are similar.
Yeah.
This to me is, without this, you're not even going to have this because they're based on Ed Gein.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't even have Texas. So a lot of these movies you are based off of this film.
Yeah.
So it is definitely an S.
Yep. Terry chiming in says S. Metal Greg says S. Justin says S. So yeah, I think we're pretty much in agreement. Yes, definitely an S.
Yeah. Okay. So we have After Psycho is okay. This, all right. It is Hereditary.
This is where things are going to start to get interesting.
Hereditary.
I love this movie. I think it's a great movie. The ending, I thought we got a little off the rails from what it was as a film. I thought we got a little too cuckoo. I really enjoy this movie. I bought it. I could easily watch it again. It's not an S though. I think it's an A. I may even entertain like an argument down to a B. But I think I like Hereditary better than Evil Dead, and I definitely like Hereditary better than Nightmare on Elm Street. But I know I'm probably in the minority on that. So I am comfortable at an A. We'll entertain an argument down to a B. So reveal was unheard of.
Oh, that's Psycho.
Okay. Antona says S. So yeah, let us know when you guys are let us know if it's Hereditary that you're referring to. If you guys have seen it, maybe not even everybody's seen Hereditary. But the beginning of the movie is so fucking shocking. It's just like devastating, gut-wrenching at the beginning of the movie, and then it's so good. And then I just felt like at the end we went a little too far, a little off the rails. Justin says A. Hereditary is great, but I don't think it belongs in S. Feel the same about the ending as you. And Metal God says A. Elika hasn't seen it. John, your thoughts?
I've only seen it once, and I thought it, the head on the on the flag or on the telephone pole is hilarious. And that's the scene that I remember. I would have to give it, because it's not standing out to me except for that one scene. I would say B.
Okay. So I'm at, can we get one or two more votes? Because we have A are the only other two votes so far. So I'm 3 A's and you're saying B. Has anybody else seen it? Is there anyone else that would argue down? Cinesark got a Coors Light. Decent. Man, Cinesark, I don't know what your work schedule is like, but shit, you should have. My wife is out of town right now. Fuck, man, Cinesark should be up here right now drinking that Coors Light. It's late at night though. But man, I wish I was drinking a cold one with you, Cinesarker. The head is very, very funny. But as a parent, it's also very shocking. House of GFam hasn't seen it.
I will go with the majority. I will say A, because everybody's saying A. So I will do that, because I really don't remember much of it.
Okay. Man, there's like in the third act, the shit going on at the ceiling and stuff like that. Oh fuck, man. It's just so good. Just the end. I thought we could have pulled off a little bit better ending. Let's leave it at A. And that's one that if we see something else and we go, it's an A, but Hereditary doesn't belong in that conversation. But again, I'm already, and I know I'm probably in the minority, that I think Hereditary is better than Nightmare on Elm Street. What would you say with that? Am I crazy that Hereditary is better than Nightmare on Elm Street?
I don't know. I mean, I would probably rewatch it over it just because I don't really remember much of it.
Okay.
So just as a rewatch.
Okay, so we'll leave it at an A for now, since nobody else has either seen it. Nobody wants to rate it lower than that. So okay, we'll leave it at A for now. I think is good.
Okay. So next one is the original Hellraiser.
I love it. I love the franchise. I love Doug Bradley. He was great in Pumpkinhead. Is this an S? Fuck no.
But
it's
forever.
I know.
Because it's not Jason. It was never meant to go past this. He's not even Pinhead in this. We called him Pinhead, which is where he got the name. He's just known as a Cenobite in the film. Or even in the book. So it's not really till part 2, I think, is where it finally kind of got up and running.
Yeah. And I'll admit, the first one is kind of rough around the edges.
How dare you?
Greta, I'm sorry.
How dare you kill a Care Bear coming in here talking about hashtag how dare you. Love it. How you doing, brother? Good to see you. So Hellraiser, this is where I'm at right now. I love Hellraiser. It's got its problems. I like Hellraiser way more than I like Nightmare on Elm Street, but I'm biased. I like Hellraiser more than I like Evil Dead. I like Hellraiser more than I like Hereditary. But I kind of feel like production value-wise, Hellraiser is a B. Justin says B. Hellraiser, bad pacing. Most of the movie is just Julia luring men for Frank to absorb. In my personal list, it's an S, but it's either S or A. Metal Greg and Elika says B. I love it, and I know it's not perfect. So I feel your pain, Metal Greg, because I can't say S. And I'll entertain. I'm curious to hear what John thinks. I have a feeling I know what John's going to say, but where do you think Hellraiser should be, John?
B.
Yeah.
Terry
says B.
It's just boring. It just takes. I get it.
Yeah.
Like, I would rather watch 2, 3, or 4. I don't need to really watch anything after that. The remake, that one was okay, but. Out of all of them, if somebody said, do you want to watch a Hellraiser movie? I wouldn't say this one.
Yeah.
So
Santa Soccer says, I like part 2 more as well. And Metal God says A tier. It's dark and dingy in a good way. And I do like that. I do like that element of it. And it's so there are some horror movies that just take time to get there. And one of the points, John, that you always make in movies is things happen too fast. Like, how did she get smart enough to go build all these, contraptions and all these things or whatever that quickly? At least in this, it takes the time that it kind of takes to absorb these other people.
This was a standalone movie and this was it, just like Nightbreed, I would say an A.
Yeah.
But it's just kind of dull. I mean,
yeah, I and with everybody else saying, Hellraiser 2 is better. It is an abrasive watch. That's a great way to phrase it, Terry. I'm okay with putting it a B, even though my personal list, Nightmare on Elm Street would be like a C. Evil Dead would probably be a C. And Hellraiser would probably be a B because I like it better than them, but I understand this is a group effort here. So I'm okay with putting it as a B.
Okay. Things can always change.
Yeah, I don't know that one needs to, though, but you're right.
So this is one I don't know if many people have seen. So it's Suspiria, the original one, Dario Argento.
Yeah. And Argento is definitely acquired taste. It's not for everybody. Fluffy and I started watching this at Matt's house years ago, and we got fucking bored and turned it off. But we were looking for a slasher, a fun, an action. We were not looking for Suspiria. Suspiria is a great movie. It's, in my opinion, it's definitely not an S. And I don't know enough about Italian, European cinema to go like, well, you know, it needs, you know, it was pioneering or this or that or whatever. But it's a great movie. I think it's better than the remake, but I don't know. And I watched it again after Fluffy and I turned it off, but I don't know. And I don't know why my dogs are barking all night. Please forgive them, but there's something outside pissing them off. But I don't remember it well enough to know if I would go, it's a B or an A. I almost feel like I might be comfortable with this as a B. So what say you, John Ward?
I would say A.
Okay.
It's just it's the story is confusing, just like most of Argento's films are. It's beautifully shot, beautifully edited. He does a great job directing it. It's a very bizarre witchcraft film. It's part of a trilogy. I would say A. I remember like Cliff and Mitch and all my friends at one point were just on this Argento kick, where we would just watch everything that Argento had his name on. And I mean, I even mentioned Once Upon a Time in the West with Henry Fonda, and Argento's connected to that. So it's just, and the Italian slasher films and stuff, you know, changed because of Argento. So it's, you know, when you got Mario Bava and all these other people out there, I think it's definitely an A.
Okay. And I'm comfortable with that. Now, Antonis says S and Metal Greg say S. I just feel like it's solid all around. I just feel like it's just a bit slow for me. But now, if I'm going like, okay, this is my criteria, this is what I'm saying is an S. Exorcist, The Thing, Alien. I don't know that I can put Suspiria in that category. But I am very good with you putting it at an A.
Yeah, because I think like Argento's films are visual, so they don't make sense sometimes. Like he would have the wind blowing and a curtain moving, and there's like a lot of light on it. There's really no reason for it except that it just looks cool. You know,
and sometimes just looking cool is good enough. It really is. Terry says that it's glossy magazine horror, very nice to look at. Agreed.
Yeah. Okay, so after that we have An American Werewolf in London.
Sir, I believe you meant to say An American Penis in London.
Oh shit, I'm sorry. Wrong movie. I apologize. An American Penis in London.
Thank you. Or what they should have really called it was thank you. An American Penis flopping about in a zoo in London. No homo.
No homo.
I could have done without the penis flopping around in the zoo.
I figured that's why you hate The Hangover Part 2, because they go to Bangkok. And there's like 2 or 3 of those.
I don't like banging cocks. I don't like banging. I like when my cock bangs things, but not other people's cocks. No, so and I kid about American Penis in London, but it's funny because I've said that and people immediately understand why.
But this is a great example of nice guy playing a bad guy because he's the werewolf. So you get David Naughton, who was the Dr. Pepper guy, right? That was his whole campaign. I think it was Dr. Pepper.
I only know him as American Werewolf in London guy.
He's done
other stuff.
Yeah, that whole campaign with him selling soda, with him being, and I'm pretty sure it was Dr. Pepper. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that was it. So you pick this guy who's a household name that everybody loves and thinks, my God, this guy is great, and you put him naked. You have him play a werewolf. Then you also feel sorry for him when he does die. Spoilers, but that's a great example of taking a really well-liked father type figure and making him a bad guy.
But when he wasn't the werewolf, though, he wasn't really the bad guy. It was just as the werewolf, he was. But point taken. I understand where you're coming from there. So this is a great movie. It's a classic. Maybe not the greatest werewolf movie ever.
Howling 2 is the greatest werewolf movie ever.
Which one?
Howling 2. Your sister is a werewolf.
Fucking fake news, sir. Fucking fake news. No, I was thinking, I'm drawing a blank on that one. It's newer, 10, 15 years old. What's the name of that werewolf movie? About the military guys.
Dog Soldiers?
Dog Soldiers. Thank you. I like Dog Soldiers better. But this is a great movie. It's a fucking intense movie. I love the scenery, of the English countrysides and stuff. Trying to figure out what's going on with him and all that stuff. Like, there's a lot to it. It's a very good movie. I could have done without the penis. We could have went Incredible Hulk style and left the little shorty shorts on him or something. But when I think about American Werewolf, I go, you know what? I cannot say that's better than Scream. I can't say it's better than Suspiria. Hereditary, you can argue it's better. Evil Dead, I think it's very much on par with Evil Dead and Nightmare. So I think it's an A. I don't think it's an S, but I think it's very classic pioneering. If you're going like greatest werewolf movie of all time, it's in the conversation. So I think it's an A.
Yeah, I would think A.
Okay. House of GFam says Realm, great makeup effects. Good balance of scares and laughs. Yes. Elika can't type for shit tonight, but we got you. American Werewolf in London. She's saying A. And Metal Greg says either S or an A. Really great makeup effects. Gotcha. House of GFam. And yeah, what, of course.
Yeah, so groundbreaking that the Academy Awards made that category. It was the first film to win the effects category.
Yeah. Yeah. I think A. I think we're all in agreement that that's an A.
Okay, I agree. All right, so our next one here is, the original Rosemary's Baby.
Yeah, this is definitely like a love it, hate it movie. People either love it or they fucking hate it. It's either you love this movie or you hate it because you're bored to fucking death.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what everybody's.
Yes. So Rosemary's Baby, please chime in. Let us know what you all think. I'm telling you this. I want to watch more. I have sought out. It is on my list. What's the one, the sequel about her, Rosemary's Baby?
There's the TV. Yeah, pardon me. There's the TV movie, What Happened to Rosemary's Baby?
That's what happened. Yeah.
Which is bad. I think you can actually find that on YouTube. They did a mini series with, I think it's what's her face who played Uhura on the new Star Trek films. And it's the book is the first part, and then the sequel book is the second part. I own it, but I've never seen it. And then there's the Apartment 7A.
I love Apartment. Love me some Julia Garner, man. Got her Funko Pop right over here.
There you go. So
Yeah.
I would have to say, and I agree with Justin there. I'm not going to say it's an F, but it is very slow. I think what this film did, because it did have a lot of ripoffs and you know, especially in Italian cinema, it is Roman Polanski and Frank Sinatra, divorced.
Controversy. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's I wouldn't go higher than a B because it is slow.
Elika says B for boring. Justin says F. This movie is so boring. Antona says A. So here's where I'm at with that movie. I love the story development and how we're seeing these things that start to make her understand what's going on, rather than her just having this epiphany like, oh my God, these people are, want my baby to become the devil, blah, blah, blah. Like the idea that it takes her time and she gets sick and these things are happening to really show the progression of what's going on. I like it, but I do agree with everybody. Maybe the pacing went a little too slow. I think with it was definitely still made with the mindset of the old horror films of the 50s and 60s, where just drama and suspense. And I am sorry, this fucking dog out here. I love the movie, but I wholeheartedly agree with you all. Let's put this fucker in the B category.
Okay, I agree. Yeah, it's visually great. It's got great acting. It's just so slow.
Yeah. So boring.
So
boring. Yeah.
Okay, then after that, we got three left. The original Black Christmas.
Oh, I fucking love this movie. Man, and it might be the best fucking Christmas horror movie of all time. It's one of them. This is, if we're going to look for things to knock on this, I think production value suffered. I don't know what the budget was. I don't know if this was considered like a lower budget at the time it came out, but this is Christmas horror perfection. I mean, this might have even pioneered the whole like sorority house, not just Christmas horror movies, but sorority type,
definitely.
movies. So, I mean, to me, I feel like it should be an A, but my heart says bullshit. This is a fucking S.
This came before Halloween, but after Peeping Tom, and it's great. It's Bob Clark, who can go from doing horror to Porky's to A Christmas Story. Yeah. I mean, this guy was a great director. He is so just underrated, and people just don't know who he is. Sadly, a freaking drunk driver killed him and his son. But he even approved the remake, the first remake of it. And he and Carpenter, have teamed up to say this is a prequel to Halloween, that Michael Myers is the killer. That if the killer from Black Christmas was put into an insane asylum and escaped, it would be Halloween. Yeah. So nothing's official, but it's just they joked around about it, that the two films are connected. So I would definitely say S on this.
Okay. Elika says A. Justin says S. Metal Greg says S or A. And thanks to Mr. Bob Clark. Yes. Yeah. Antona says S. So I do feel like if you look at the production value of it, I'm going to go S, but what this film fucking means and how fun it is, I think we put it at an S.
Yeah, I agree. Absolutely agree. Right there. All right. So what we have next is, oh God, our last one.
I love how I know that we're saving the best for last.
All right, so the next one is Reanimator, the original Reanimator.
My God, why am I drawing a blank on her name? What's her name?
Barbara Crampton.
Thank you. It's funny. We had this conversation I think on Voyage to the Bottom of the Barrel, or one of those shows, not about the movie, but about Barbara Crampton, hair up versus hair down. A lot of women like, oh, they put their hair down to be all sexy or whatever. Barbara Crampton with her hair down is like hot. With her hair up is a bombshell. She is one of the backwards women that like her hair needs to be up. But that was we had a conversation about that, and it was noted that she looks better with her hair up. Reanimator's great. It's probably better than, it's on the level of Evil Dead. It's on the level of Hereditary, maybe better than Hereditary. It's on the level of American Werewolf, but I can't say it's better than those. And I don't think it's an S. I know a lot of people are going to be mad at me, but I do think it's an A. Metal Greg, I'm sorry, Metal. There's Metal God and Metal Greg. So let me not confuse you two. Make sure I get it right. Metal God says C. Antona says S. House of GFam says A. Elika says A. My argument is I'm with House of GFam and Elika, and I say A.
I would say B.
Okay.
Because Barbara Crampton is great in this. I love her with the short hair. She is naked throughout this whole thing. I did get to see this at a preview with Stuart Gordon, Charles Band. They were all there. This was in Berkeley. And they did a screening or a premiere of it there. And I was sitting right next to Stuart Gordon. So it has a great memory for me. So I could go A. Also, of course, we get, Jeffrey Combs and all that. I can't say any of the other films, any of the other sequels are that great, but we're only looking at this movie. It's just, I think if I played this for somebody today, they would be bored.
It doesn't age as well as a lot of other horrors. I agree with you there.
Yeah. So, I mean, for memories and good times and really loving this movie when it first came out, I could say A. But I think if I rewatched it today, I would kind of be bored.
Yeah. So let's look at everybody else is saying. Reanimator A. Justin says A. Reanimator. Love the movie, but it's not an S. Elika says A. House of GFam says A 80s Frankenstein inspired movie. Antonis loves it, says S. And then Metal God says C. So I am inclined to be with you, John, and say B on this compared to what else we're looking at there. I think I like Hellraiser better. And so I think putting it at B. And I wonder, can anybody refute this? I think it's a fun, nostalgic movie. And I think the nostalgia factor impacts people's scores more than the quality of movie. So if you take the nostalgia out and you just look at the movie face value, does that impact anybody's score? I don't know. I think for me, I'm in agreement with John, and I think it's a B. John.
Yeah, the way that I'm looking at it is, like I said, this I think now would be boring. This is a classic film, but it's kind of boring. Yeah. This today would be kind of boring. This, I may not think the first one is the best, but there are great movies in the series, great movies in the series, great movies in the series. Rewatch, great movie, great movie. This, to me, matches more of these two.
Let's do this. For this movie, next week, I'm going to put up a poll question at the beginning of the video. And we will do an audience poll. Is Reanimator an S, an A, a B, or a C? And we'll do 4 options, and we'll see what the audience scores it next week, and we'll go with that. We'll give the audience this one because we are the only ones. Antonis, House of G Fam, Elika, Justin, Metal Greg are all saying A. We're the only ones saying B. So I think maybe we let them decide next week. We'll put that up, but take nostalgia out and just look at the movie face value. I mean, nostalgia definitely gets to be a factor, but we'll let a poll decide. And John, you can vote on the poll, and I'll vote on the poll as well. But we'll see what the poll pulls up next week. Sound fair?
Sure. So just leave it where it's at.
No, I would put it at a B for now. That's where you and I think. And if they say move it to an A, then we'll move it to an A.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
I need to hear your thoughts first. I want to hear everybody else's thoughts first before I say a fucking word about this movie.
Get Out. Should I go or should I wait for
no, well, we don't want to sit and wait in dead air. So what do you think on it?
I know you don't like it. I like
Not me. I just want to hear you.
Okay. I enjoyed the film. I like his movies. So far it's 3 for 3. I find the story to be interesting. I do not find it racist or DEI or anything like that. I think it's a black filmmaker telling a black story, I think, which is fine. I think that he did a good job in it. I enjoy the film. It's just it's a take on something that, why can a black person in Africa outrun a gazelle? And that's the idea, is that they take that power from them and give it to the rich white people. And that's, so I didn't mind. I like the film. I like all 3 of his movies. I think, Us actually might be my favorite, but I like Get Out. I thought it was good.
Okay. Let's see. Elika says B, good film, just a little weird. House G Fam says get the fuck out of here. I haven't seen it. Justin Smith says F, woke bullshit. Metal God says it sucked, a hard D tier. Cinestalker loves me some Reanimator. Met Stuart Gordon a few times. Nice. Here's my thought on Get Out. I think, well, John, all these movies, and Metal Greg hasn't seen it. That all these people not seeing it kind of speaks volumes too. But I gave you my scores on everything else before I asked for your score. So give me your score, your letter grade on Get Out, please.
But now, saying that people haven't seen it, also a lot of people haven't seen Hereditary.
And agreed. And that's why I think Hereditary went, it can't be an S, but because they haven't seen it is part of the factors, but I think Hereditary is just a less known, less publicized. It didn't get the advertising that Get Out, that whatever this guy, the director, who the fuck he is,
Jordan Peele.
Okay. Wasn't he like a comedy kid or something? Nickelodeon or something? Okay. Yeah.
Well, no, not Nickelodeon. He was, what was it? Peele and
Keenan and Peele or something like
Peele.
that.
Yeah.
They weren't Nickelodeon? Disney or something? I don't know. Anyways.
I don't know him that far back.
But I have an honest score, and I'm going to be very fair with it, but I am just curious of your letter grade before I give mine.
I would give it an A.
Okay. Key and Peele. Thank you.
Yeah, Key and Peele. And my reason for A is that it's not boring. It's not an S, but it's not a B, because I find those 3 films could be boring. I think that it is a well-made movie. You have other black filmmakers out there like Spike Lee that are insufferable. And I don't think Jordan Peele is.
Husker Tornado, welcome to the chat. Thank you for your input. Get Out was trash. The twist at the end was obvious from the opening scene.
I would disagree with that.
I didn't pick up on the twist until later, but Here's my problem with the film, and my reason for turning it off like 15 minutes in the first time I tried to watch it was that we start out the movie, black guy, I'm in this fucking white people neighborhood. I'm so out of place. They're out to get me. Fuck, god damn. Do we have to go with stereotype to start a movie? Okay, so the movie changes. Well, now black guy, go to your parents' house, and then we get all the fucking white people being all fucking typically racist toward him and everything. And then okay, we get a twist at the end where why the black people are acting weird, because they're really the white people in the black people's bodies now. But there's even like racism, stereotypical, like woke shit in there going like, well, black people are stronger, faster, and more genetically better. So white people want to be black people. That I will argue that less than I will with the wokeism throughout the rest of the movie. But that stuff just bugs me. This was an agenda-driven movie. He had an agenda. The fucking director went, I'm going to make a movie showing how black people are better than white people. That's what I'm going to do. And that's all I felt throughout this movie. Now, that being said, it was shot beautifully. The movie was fucking gorgeous. It looked great. The acting was all phenomenal. Once you understood what was going on with the servants and why they acted the way they did, they weren't servants. They didn't want to leave because that was the white people and that was their home. Their acting was brilliant. I thought, it was directed very well. The story was actually very good. But it only exists because this fucking guy wanted to make a movie about how fucking black people are superior to white people. I don't need agendas in my movie. I don't want a movie about, unless it's historical. If you're making a movie about where Adolf Hitler's in it, and we know Hitler is, Hitler is being Hitler. He's trying to kill everybody. It's not, white. If it was historically accurate or based on a historical figure, one thing to throw racism in, as long as we understand that guy is bad. I just feel like throughout this entire movie, we're painting white people as all being the devil. And now they these specific people turned out to be real shitheads, including the girlfriend. The girl getting her due at the end of the fucking movie was great. I liked the violence and the gore and all that shit at the end. So much of this was visually pleasing and the story wasn't bad. The woke fucking shit in it just drives me nuts. And I find it very interesting. And maybe we need to do like a debate one day of woke versus not woke movies. And kind of talk about like things like this or Evil Dead Rise, where John and I view them differently. But I just am more in agreement with, as gorgeous as of the movie was, it sucked D, F woke bullshit, B good, a little weird. M Night for sure. Cinesoccer, Sixth Sense, signs are good. Jordan Peele, M Night all day long for me. But that's not the argument we're having right now.
Not for me.
I know John would disagree.
Yeah.
Man, Glass.
That M. Night has more movies, but I think that he is a worse filmmaker. I think Jordan Peele is a more serious and legit filmmaker.
If he would make one movie that wasn't, if Jordan Peele would make one movie that wasn't racist, I would respect.
I don't think Us or Nope was. Us was like black people against black people.
Yeah, and I get it. Hey, more power to him. A black filmmaker coming out making movies for a black audience. I love that. Do your thing for your people. Do it. But you can't get fucking mad when white people make movies for white people, but you would. Therefore, this is fucking racist. That's my line. That's my line in the sand. If a black person's going to make a movie for black people, white people can make movies for white people. And I don't want white people movies for white people. I don't want that. I want a movie made for everybody. Now, and maybe you're going to fucking throw some shit my way. If this was, I'm not even going to go down that fucking road. I'm not even going to do it. I'm not even going to fucking do it. I feel like this movie, if I didn't feel the racist aspects, I would say A, but because of that, I say it's a fucking B, because I think it's woke as fuck. But you're right. It's not as fucking boring as the three that are down there. Although Hellraiser to me is not boring, but I get the argument. I will live with you giving this an A, even though the audience wholeheartedly disagrees. Not one person aside from you wants to give it an A. But if this is the negotiating point that leaves The Shining at an S, then fucking put it at an A.
I will. Thank you.
Even though, and even though you will know you are the only person that wants it an A. Out of all of us, you're the only one.
I think that there is a huge difference between somebody making a film that is DEI, that's the message, that is something like The Odyssey, which is garbage. It's going to be garbage because of its casting. It's done strictly to win an Academy Award because it checks all the boxes. Yeah. I don't think that this is that type of movie. I think that it is. Jordan Peele has even said he will hire black filmmakers first, grips, gaffers, stuff like that. He will hire white people, no problem. He has the white people in his movies, no problem. But he wants to hire, as the main cast, black people. I don't find that to be a problem, because being a white guy, I would probably, without even knowing it, hire more white
that's
actors,
different, because that's crews. A subliminal decision versus a conscious decision. If you're making a conscious decision to hire one race, that is by definition racism. If you are selecting one person based on their race as a preference to somebody else, that is by definition racism. That is a problem.
So should a film, okay, the movie Ray, the biopic Ray, directed by a white guy.
Okay.
It's about a black character, real life character.
It's a historical film. It's a historical film. I don't care who directs it.
Okay. What about like a movie about a real woman character? Should that be directed by a man or a woman?
Doesn't fucking matter. Just make the movie legitimate. It doesn't, it can be directed by white, brown, red, green, purple, male, female. I don't care. Make a good fucking movie without an agenda.
Okay. All right. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. No, and I agree with you. I just think that this is made well enough to me not having, look, I'm the one who had a problem with the substance. That I felt that it was just a man-hating movie. That's all it does is hate.
That's men. That's what surprises me when it comes to like Evil Dead Rise or this movie.
Well, I'm
not arguing with you. I'm just saying I'm surprised of your feelings.
Well, Evil Dead Rise, I was certain that it was just a guy who supported trans rights. I didn't realize that it was an actual trans person, but it's at least it's not a historical person, fictional or not, something like in The Odyssey, where you have, Ellen Page playing the same character that Brad Pitt would play. So that doesn't make any sense casting wise at all.
Yeah.
But in something like Evil Dead Rise, okay, I guess whatever. I mean,
see, this movie, like Get Out, it could have, if they would have left out the whole, white man or black man stuck in a white neighborhood. If they would have taken that out, then fucking maybe I would have a little more respect for this movie. But when you lead off with that, and then you have white chick with black guy. You're leading the movie off racism. That's the fucking problem. If you would have taken that element out, don't give me, black guy in a white neighbor. My daughter's boyfriend is black. I don't give a fuck. He comes to our neighborhood all the time. It doesn't matter. He doesn't walk around going, I'm in a fucking white neighborhood.
Do you
it's
call the
not
police on
fucking
him?
reality.
Like, you're like,
Every
oh my
fucking
God, there's a
time-
black guy in our
Every time he
neighborhood.
shows up, black man in our neighborhood, I call the cops. That's what I do.
As you should. So
Yeah.
maybe I need to rewatch it because of my political position shifting. That maybe I would have a different opinion now than I would. But when I watched it, it did not bother me. And I think when you have films like, what was that one? The Magical World of Negroes that came out that bombed beyond belief.
What the fuck is that? I never.
Yeah, look it up. It's
okay.
It's a movie about how black people are the ones that save white people in movies. So like Shawshank Redemption, that type of thing where Morgan Freeman is, and those type of movies bomb, but this didn't. This went on both sides. It made a lot of money. It made Jordan Peele a household name, and people liked it. So there is a difference between this and a lot of these other like white hating movies. So maybe I'll rewatch it.
I just think it's a little more subliminal. It's not in your face. I do love Husker Tornado's argument. Husker Tornado, are you from Nebraska? Is that Husker Tornado? It sounds like a Nebraska, like a family in Nebraska. Husker Tornado says, Get Out is nothing more than a glossy 90-minute white man bad struggle session. I went in with high expectations, but it was far too on the nose and hit the head with a hammer to be enjoyable.
Okay.
Brian,
I like the reason behind it. That's good. Okay.
Yeah. And Brian Yesna's Society is a much more entertaining film going after a social class instead of race. The goopy body horror effects add another dimension as well. And Society, I went out. I have fucking Society, I think on 4K. That I got like Arrow Video release or something, at least Blu-ray. Love Society. Absolutely love. John, you've seen Society, right?
I thought it was boring as hell.
Oh, Society's fucking phenomenal.
So that's maybe another one that I need to watch. I think
you need to rewatch
I don't think that I
love
it.
I mean, it was shot in Pasadena in that big ass house where they set up for the Rose Parade and all that stuff. It's a gorgeous movie. I love it. I've been filming locations from it and stuff.
So here's what I'm appreciating with you guys. Okay. I appreciate you doing these thick, lengthy explanations. When you type in there, it sucks. That does nobody any good. It does nobody any good. If you give a reason like you just gave, that is a valid argument and on the film or any movie. So I appreciate you doing that instead of just it sucks. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. How's a G-Fam says, I think if it's a black acted movie, you need at least black DP and lighting crew to light black folk right. You can tell when it's not done right. All you see is tooth and eye. And so that, but that I understand the point, House of G-Fam. You're like, black people know, hey, if I'm in the like there's that.
There's very differently. Yeah.
There's that, there's a video that's been going around on like TikTok and Instagram where it's a black guy running. He's running toward the camera and all you see is shoes running toward the camera until he gets close. And then it's one of those where like another black guy like reacts to it. And he's like, I ain't gonna lie, I didn't see that brother, till he was up close either, because the dude's that dark. So I get that point, but I do think a good trained eye understands that and can do that. My thing is pick the best person for the job. Don't like blind hire. Pick the best person for the job. Don't look at race. Don't look at color. Look at resumes, and hey, let's not lie. Have black people or minorities been given a short end of the stick when it comes to fair opportunity anywhere in life, not just Hollywood? Yes, they have. And should there be some sort of level of conscious effort to make sure they get the fair opportunity? Yes. but give them a fair opportunity. And a fair opportunity is not saying I'm going to hire them first. That's not fair. That's racist.
I agree with that. I agree.
So, yeah. Originally from Nebraska. Nice. Love me some Society. So I know Society fucking rules. Yeah, John, I hope you watch it and you rewatch it and like it. Sean 420, what's up?
So would it be fair then, so we can kind of wrap this up? This has gone on 45 more minutes than I would have liked.
I had said,
how about here?
Well, I'm not saying C. I'm in agreement with Elika. I think it's a B. I would give it an A if it wasn't woke racist stuff. Okay. But I give it a B because that it lost a point for me. If you want to move it to A, I'm not going to argue. But again, you are alone. You are the only one suggesting it would be an A.
I will leave it at B.
Visually, it's stunning. It is a gorgeous movie. The movie is great looking. It's the political agenda that was added that just fucks it up.
Okay, I can see that. So
there we go. It is funny to me. The one we argued about the most is The Shining, funny and offensive. And I'm entitled to my opinion, and I reserve my Miranda rights.
That is perfectly fine, and I am in the minority on that one, just like I'm in the minority with Get Out. So.
Yeah, no, well, and this is what makes it fun. If we all agreed, there would be no point. It would have taken us 7 minutes to do this, and we would have been done.
Because I do a lot of the, like I won't see The Odyssey because of its casting. I won't go see, a movie that's popular like The Substance. I don't like The Substance. It's just fucking man-hating. That's all it is. And that is my biggest problem, is man-hating. Not every guy is a rapist. Not every guy goes out and kills people. Or I should say white guys. And that just annoys the fuck out of me, because that lumps me in with it, and it lumps everybody in with it. And so that bothers me the most.
And anything that's divisive in society, that's what bugs me. We walk down the street. I go and I go to a restaurant and there's other black people sitting there eating. We don't hate each other. We're not trying to kill each other to steal each other's bodies or brains or whatever. This is not reality. I want movies that are like reflect the real life in society, not the CNN versus Fox News reality. I want real life. And this is CNN, MSNBC reality right here is what this is.
Oh, well, then reality would be that they would run out on the check.
Jesus Christ. John said that, not me. God damn it.
A lot of videos out there.
Yeah, well, yeah. Don't take that down yet, John. But so here we are. So next week, top 100 horror movies as chosen by Fangoria. So our next list, if anybody wants to go watch and try and make sure that you've seen some of these movies before we debate them. Next week, we will be discussing Dawn of the Dead, Evil Dead 2, interesting, Friday the 13th, Silence of the Lambs, Bride of Frankenstein, Blair Witch Project, Poltergeist, The Conjuring, It Follows, The Descent, Return of the Living Dead, Frankenstein, Martyrs, Carrie, Saw, Candyman, The Fly, Phantasm, The Witch, and Aliens. Ooh, we got follow-ups. Yeah. Things that we've talked about tonight. So the next two rows there, if you can't remember what you may need to see throughout the week, just Google the Fangoria Top 100 Greatest. And this is a new one because there was one from like 2012 or something. This is from like 2024, 2021, something like that. So it's a more recent one. So those are the movies we're going to be talking about next week. So you have been warned, so you can prepare yourself if you haven't seen something.
I think the only one that I haven't seen there was Martyrs, and that's because I just don't like those types of movies. So maybe I'll have to sit down and watch that.
I
thank God the Human Centipede is not on there.
Yeah.
That
or one that I thank God it would come to blows. John and I would end up hating each other's guts. Resident Evil is not on this list, and neither is Children of the Corn. Hold on a minute. I love that they're not on there because those would have been tough arguments. I know John loves them both.
I would, even though I love them both, I would say, and I like Resident Evil better. If they were on that list, I would say that we would have to stop and throw this away because none of those movies should be on this list. None of them, even though I love them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it'll be fun next week. We'll continue with this list, and it has been fun tonight. Well, and you know what? I was wondering, and I almost thought we were going to miss this. I love Alexandria Daddario's boobs and fuck wokeness. Yes. No, we love everybody. We love people. We love everybody having fair opportunities, and we don't like politics in our fucking movies. That's it. Just leave your politics at home. Give us a fucking good movie. You know, I mean, like, hey, Backrooms, lead actor, black guy. Fucking great. It's a great fucking movie. No issues with the fucking cast. Not one fucking mention of why is he black or this or that or anything. No, none of that in there. It's just a guy who happens to be black. Why can't we get more movies like this? And he was a phenomenal actor. So we need more. Thank you.
He is a good actor. Well, and I watched, and I'll make this fast. I did watch Tarot. So
yeah. You mentioned that and you said you had questions. Pumpy wants to know what questions you have about Tarot, sir. Which is not on this list.
It is on this list?
Is not.
Oh, thank God. Did you like it? Were you the one who recommended it?
I very much enjoyed it. Yeah, I very much enjoyed it.
I think that it is the most corporate horror film ever made. It checks every box. You got the black guy, you got the black lesbian, you got the black guy dating the white girl, you got the Filipino girl, you got, or the Filipino guy, you got music that for some reason all this music is in there, like groups. Oh, well, we got to sell the soundtrack. Yeah. Okay. And then I did not understand how a witch from a century ago understands elevators and pop music. So while the fat guy, Spider-Man's friend, who looks incredibly like a drag queen in this movie, he acts horribly in this film. I think they even shaved his eyebrows, which is really freaking weird. But he's in an elevator. The witch knows how to use an elevator and then starts playing the song The Fool while he's in there. It's like, you know, a witch from a century ago knows contemporary music? Okay. So there's a lot of it that I kind of enjoyed. I liked that the friends don't argue. I like that the friends don't fight. I like that, okay, we could see them as friends. That's fine. Even though they are the diverse group of friends. But you know, it's a movie I would probably own if I found it for like $5, like on Blu-ray. Okay. But so, yeah,
you are correct. It does check all those boxes. And as I watch it, I go like, ooh, we are pushing. But you know what? The folks that were in this movie, we didn't go, okay, they're there, but white man bad. We didn't do the white man bad. So it's okay to check all the boxes as long as that doesn't mean one person is bad, you know, or one race is bad, or one gender is bad. We can have all those, and they were fine. I liked how they got, you know, their tarot, their like fortune, whatever read. And then they all started kind of dying. It was like clues of how they were going to get killed. I thought it was fun. It does have issues, but I still enjoyed it, even though it has those things. But now, John, so with the elevator thing, the first official commercial passenger elevator was installed in the Hogwatt building in New York City in 1857. So almost 2 centuries ago, elevators became a thing. But the witch, what's to say she wasn't haunting people here or there in between and learned uses of an elevator?
I mean, they do that stuff in everything, but for some reason, this one it stuck out to me. That's all.
Okay. And that's fair. That's fair. No,
I mean,
there's things like that to me that I'm like, okay, that shouldn't fucking happen or whatever. But hey, if God knows how to use an elevator, so could a witch.
that's true. And if Steven Tyler can make love in an elevator, why can't a witch?
And if you were on that plane, 9/11 would have never happened.
That's true.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, I forgot. We didn't even talk about other movies. Was it an Otis elevator used in that building? Fucking idea. But aren't all elevators Otis elevators? I don't think they're not.
And I think they reshot the ending because the fat guy from Spider-Man, God, is he awful in this movie? He's decent. I like him in Spider-Man, but man, was he bad in this. We only get him going, when the witch comes at him. Cut to him driving up to the end of the house conveniently right as the two people leave. And then he explains how he got out of it, which is just a friend popped in. And it's like, okay, they screened this. People said we like the character. Don't kill him. So they reshot it with him surviving. And it's such a reshot ending, I think. But it's fine. It's okay. It's all right. I didn't hate it. I was entertained while watching it. I was just watching it going, why is there a rock song in this? This doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a perfect movie, but I had fun with it. It's shot like, I think it looks nice. The color palette they use and everything, I thought was great. But I just had fun with it. Is it a perfect movie? No, but I am glad I own it and have it on Blu-ray. I'm glad you didn't hate its guts though, and like really want to trash it.
No.
And so I'm glad you mentioned that, because and we're not going to dive into them because we're almost 4 hours in here, and I kind of got to pee.
Me too.
I do want to mention that I have been watching some other movies that I do want to talk about more in depth, and maybe we'll either do a subsequent live stream throughout the week, or next Monday we can dive into these more maybe. And the funny thing is, all this stuff, and we're at 4 hours, and we did not even have any fucking pickups tonight. So, John, you didn't have any pickups this week, did you?
No.
Yeah, me neither. But I have watched a 2004 movie called The Mailman. It's terrible, but it's fucking hilarious. It was Awesome, that website. It's like awesome, but with the F. If you're looking for something funny, cheesy, but pretty bad, The Mailman from 2004. Bone Lake. I finally watched Bone Lake. And then I watched Shelter with Jason Statham. Have you gotten around to that yet, John?
No, but I think I can get a free, like one of those trials to watch it. I do want to see it. Yes.
And Santa's Sleigh. Fuck yeah. Oh my God. Watch Santa's Sleigh. And then Decoys. I finally watched Decoys. And then Send Help, Intruder, and Get Out. So there's a lot of movies that I've watched lately that we did not have time to get into today. So maybe we'll talk about those more later. Things are changing for me in my personal life. I have more free time now, and I'm going to get back. Balzer has talked me into it. Balzer has been begging me to get back to movie reviews. So at least I'm going to get back to a movie review a week. It's pretty much going to be like out of the theater reaction reviews, like I used to do, where I would lose my shit. So I'm going to be doing those. So look for more movie reviews from me, at least one a week, possibly a second live stream where we can deep dive maybe more into some of the obscure movies and stuff that we've watched. Somebody at the door. My daughter is the only other one home. Let's see. Somebody coming. Oh, daughter went away somewhere and just came home. That's why doggies were barking. Sorry about that. Anyways, but I'm glad my daughter is home safely. That's what matters. So, John, in the wonderful, wonderful, wide world of Dark Park Films and the John Ward channel, what's going on over there? What can we expect to see?
Well, Aximus and Aximus 2, I think, are on that Awesome channel. So they're there.
Oh, nice. There you go.
I do have a video, coming out tomorrow 7 in the morning. It will be a part 2 of Marvel vs. DC with Jonathan and I. And so that will happen. And then I'm going to do some other stuff probably this week, like a physical, video, like physical of stuff that I bought, and maybe a Funko Pop video.
Nice. So if you're not, be sure you're subscribed to John so you don't miss all the fun over there. With that being said, I think it's time to go home and drain the weasels.
Yes.
You know what? We did
Weasels? How many
I'm
weasels?
stroking my dick. I got lotion on my dick right now.
Drain that. We got to drain
my shit.
Stroking my shit.
Gotta go stroking our shits. Yeah, I didn't set up an outro video. Should we go with the Sunday Night Mayhem intro as the outro? Should we go Horror Movie Monday? Should we go? What should we end with? I gotta make a decision here. Maybe we'll go. Oh, I teased you because I did it wrong. Okay, we'll set that as the outro video, and then we'll do this. Metal God, good night stroking. That's right. Have everybody go stroke it. Have yourselves a wonderful evening.
I'm horny as fuck, man.
And Metal God, you know what? We haven't had a visit from
It's vamp time.
Tommy Jane all night. Not one visit all night. So forgive me.
It's always nice to see Tom Jane.
It sure is. So fuck it. Here we go.
It's Horror Movie Monday. You already know. Chills in the air. And the tension's low. OGP steps up, setting the tone. Always in charge, yeah, sitting on the throne. Sean Ward steps in with a confident stare. Nipples getting hard from the icy glare. Bowser's in the back, creeping through the dark. Lurking in the silence like a phantom arc. It's Horror Movie Monday, lights down low. Screens on the screen, let the madness flow. We laugh, we jump, we scream, we play. Every week it's thrilling in a twisted way.
What's your favorite scary movie?
Fuck you!